Hello, 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 folks. Happy Sunday. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody had an excellent week so far. Hope everybody's staying warm if you're in the northern hemisphere. I'm excited today to continue our journey into React, looking at the basics, and we're going to get started here in about 2 minutes. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get started in about 1 minute. Hope y'all had a good week. Anybody do anything fun this week? Or is everybody just, hustling for that job? Ooh, St. Rufio says, I started converting a project to React this week. Oh, that's fantastic. Wow, that's an excellent project. Great timing, as you say. Absolutely. All right. Well, the timer has counted down. So let's go ahead and get started. Hey, Hassler. Yeah, I've had a good weekend so far. I actually took Friday off of work just because I have a lot of PTO saved up. So I used Friday to do my taxes. Yeah, talk about a nice relaxing vacation, right? If you're American, you know what I'm talking about. Tax season is not fun here in the United States. I know it's much easier in other countries, but unfortunately, we Americans are slaves to the capitalist complex. So we got to do all of our own stuff. Adult stuff. Let's go. Yeah. Woohoo. I love being an adult. Uh, hey, Jim, you got back to your 100 hours project this week. That's awesome. Whoa, Chris. Thank you for this sub. Thank you so much. And oh, I wanted to thank Boone Gonzalez. I wanted to thank them for their Prime sub. They subbed while I was not, off stream. So I wanted to give them a shout out. Thank you, Boone. Oh, Martha, welcome to the live stream. You always watch the videos to help with Hunter Dev's homework. I'm so glad. Oh, hey, no, that's totally fine, Chris. There's never any obligation to sub to me for anybody out there. There's never any obligation to sub. Um, if you do sub to your favorite streamer, it doesn't have to be me. I do hope that if you're a Prime subscriber, you use your Prime subscription. So that doesn't cost you any money at all. That is a free sub. Um, and everybody likes free things that don't cost you money. So be sure you use that sub if you do choose to subscribe to anybody. Hey, Dev D. Hey, it's welcome. Yeah, and Chris, I'm not sure why my alert didn't pop up either. So maybe my alerts aren't working. I don't know. We'll find out. We got to stop Jeff at all costs. Yes, exactly. The overall goal for, you know, the only I mean, the only reason I congratulate folks on subscribing anyway is we want to stop Jeff Bezos from going to space again and make him sell his cowboy hat. So, um, yeah. Parasocial says new React Docs review. Yes, so this will be a series. If you missed last week's stream, that's totally fine. We're going to start with a woo. Okay, I guess my alerts are working. Jim, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hooray! Let's get Jeff to sell that hat. And if you are a subscriber, please note that you have access to some lovely little emotes, which Chris just demonstrated there. So be sure to use those, as a thank you for your sub. Um, yeah, so this is the second video in our series. If you missed last week, that's totally fine. Thank you, Chris. We're going to start with a review of some of the stuff we talked about last week. So just a real quick kind of a review of some of the things we went over last week. But since we are going off the docs, this is the stuff that you can go to the docs yourself and review that as well. It's all accessible, free, all that stuff. And then also, obviously, last week's stream is available on my channel under the videos tab. And so you can also catch up with it there. Thank you, third decade. That's one of my favorite ones. Is the little guy with the fire behind him. This is fine emote. Yeah. Okay, so one thing I did want to mention is so we are using the official React docs. And what's interesting is I think between last week and this week, the React docs that are function based and using hooks and all the modern React, those have come out of beta and are now the official React docs. So previously we had to make a distinction between the official docs, which still use old class-based React, which is the older way of writing React, and the modern docs, which are based on functions and hooks. And I believe those have come out of beta and are now the official docs. In the week, they heard me talking about it, they heard the confusion, and they were just like, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and release those docs. So make them official. So now, if you go to react.dev, those are the docs you will find. Hot and new, yeah, exactly. If you want to access the older class-based React, for example, if your employer has a code base that's built on class-based React, I do believe those documents are still available. You might have to Google for them, but I don't believe they've deleted anything. So if you're using those as a reference before, I believe you can still locate them. Parasocial says the new docs don't have links to CRA anymore. Yeah, I believe I think they said they weren't getting rid of them. Oh, legacy.reactjs.org. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much, Parasocial. Use that link that Parasocial provided for legacyreactjs.org if you need access to the old class-based docs. But we are going to be learning what we call modern React, which is function-based and I feel like is a little bit easier to pick up. However, learning class-based principles is also very valuable. So you can look at that at your leisure. We've actually gone over the class-based version of React before here on stream. So if you go to my YouTube channel, we've gone through those docs together once already. So you are welcome to go watch that stream if you want some help learning class-based React. All right. So if you go to, you're welcome to follow along on your own machine. You can go to react.dev, which is the new website for the docs. This is not the same place we went last week, but the times they are a changing. So react.dev, I've put the link in chat. That is where we are. And you can go to learn React to learn React. And just like we talked about last week, these docs are pretty comprehensive. They have information on how you can install React up here. And this sort of just gives you some instructions if you want to start a React project in VS Code. We are not going to be doing that today. Everything we are going to be doing today is in browser. There are no prerequisites here for anything you need to install. You don't need to open VS Code or anything like that. We are going to be doing everything in browser today, so no worries about prerequisites. Um, and um, as always, be sure to ask questions in chat if anything's not making sense. If you have questions about anything in general, I'm always open to questions. We don't have to, you don't have to wait for me to ask for questions. I will ask you questions though, but feel free to ask me questions at any point. And Tux asks, "Hello, did you dev on iOS native before?" No, I have not. However, if you have a specific question related to that, there may be folks in chat here who have worked with iOS native before. I have not. I am a SQL developer and a JavaScript web developer. So um, those are my areas of expertise. Chelsea says, been catching the VODs on Mondays and loving the React content. Awesome. I'm glad y'all like this. It's fun for me too. Parasocial. Oh, thank you for the follow, Tooks. Parasocial says, are you going to cover next now? Maybe. I don't know. We're going to get through all the React docs. Thank you for the follow, Brownie. We're going to get through all the React docs first, and then we'll decide what we're going to do next. Maybe next. Who knows? Oh, and thank you, Parasocial, the official CRA replacement. They have linked it there in chat. Thank you for the follow, 19-bit. Hey, Gray Flower. First time catching live. It's awesome. Good to have you. 19-bit, hello from Catch Up Crew Land. Oh, we love the Catch Up Crew. Yeah. And Catch Up Crew folks, you are welcome to join. There are no barriers to entry here. So thank you. Yeah, Devdi, haven't touched React in so long, like 2 months. And thank you for doing this. Yeah, it's always good, no matter where you're at in the process, it's always good to kind of brush up on your skills, right? Always good to review. So let's look back at what we talked about last week. So we're going to start with the quick start guide here. We're just going to talk about a little bit of, and we're going to get to the point where we left off last week. And then we'll go back to the in-depth documentation. Hey, Adil, welcome to the stream. Okay, so first off, what we talked about last week was creating what we call components. So React apps are made out of components, and a component is just a piece of the UI or the user interface that has its own logic and appearance. Thank you for the follow, Lord Vitale. A component can be as small as a button or as large as an entire page. And what a React component really is just a JavaScript function that returns markup. So if you think about any web page, you can kind of, remember how when we first started doing HTML and CSS, you would kind of figure out how to arrange things on the page by drawing borders around things. You draw like a box around certain parts of the page to try to get things to, get your layout the way you work to get your layout to work the way you expect. And so really when we're talking about React or learning how to think in terms of React, all we're really doing is drawing those borders around parts of the user interface that have distinct self-contained functionality. So maybe it could be maybe you have a page and it has like a blog or something, right? You have a blog and it has you have some images on the page, you have some text, blog entries, and maybe you have like a form where folks can subscribe and put in their email and stuff like that. So you would say, all right, well, something that's kind of self-contained and functions within itself is that form where people put in their information for the newsletter. So we could draw a box around that and turn that into a component. It is self-contained and it works within itself to accomplish a task. And also, maybe like an individual blog entry could be a component that's pretty self-contained. It has a distinct function, and so as we learn to think in terms of React, we learn how to divide things up into individual components. Which are really just JavaScript functions that return markup. So here's an example. It's a button. And something that's useful about these components is that they are reusable. So we could reuse this button anytime, as many times as we want to, and it would always return a button that says I'm a button, right? So we can create these reusable Lego bricks, which then we can assemble on our within our user interface any way we want to. Debbie says, any idea how long this stream will be? My streams are generally uh, time locked to around 3 hours or 3 hours and 30 minutes. Sometimes we talk a little bit after we're done with the content. I used to go longer, but I don't think that's necessarily productive. And it's not good for me either. So we generally try to stop at 3 hours. So we'll just see how far we get. And it doesn't really matter how far we get today. What matters is that, we cover the content. Adil says, kind of like an iframe. Maybe so. It's less of a stylistic thing and more of like a functional thing. So I believe like iframes are kind of like for video content and that kind of stuff. Um, it just think in terms of self-contained portions of the user interface that can act kind of independently of each other. That could be a component. So here we have a component that's a button, and it returns an actual UI element that is a button. And so, why do we want to do that? Well, um, now that we've declared it, we can actually put it inside of another component. So here we have kind of the shell, which is like the entire application. And we have inside of there, we have that this returns a div with an h1 and then the button component. So instead of having to, let's say we wanted, 3 or 4 buttons, right? Instead of having to write this whole button tag every single time, we just nest our component in there and we can call it as many times as we want to. And you might say, okay, well, that's like, why does that even matter? Well, as our components become more complex, you're going to start to see the value of reusability, and we're going to see that a little bit today when we talk about props. We're going to see how we can really streamline our code by extracting repetitive code and turning it into a component, which we can then reuse multiple times. Adil says, can you assign CSS to the component? Yes, you can. And I think we'll talk about that in just a minute. Yep. Yeah, so CSS, we can assign CSS in sort of inline styling and that sort of thing. A couple of different ways. You can do styling inline, but most of us don't do that, right? We have separate CSS files. And so you can still give things IDs and classes just like you could with regular JavaScript, or sorry, with regular HTML. Oh, Kosova, thank you for the sub. Hey, Luis. All right, so one thing to notice here about our component is that my button starts with a capital letter. That's how you know it's a React component. And that's how our JSX will know that this is not a regular HTML tag like like this H1. It's actually a React component. React component names must always start with a capital letter, while HTML tags must be lowercase. So we can see what happens here when we reference that component and how that will display. And it pretty much works as we would expect. So just the H1 followed by a button. Pascal case, yeah. So in this case, instead of camel case, like we would normally write, things in JavaScript, it's Pascal case, yeah, capital letter. And an important thing to, let me see if they cover this here. Oh, yeah, maybe we'll talk about it in a minute. But yeah, so this is how this will render then. Hassler says, then what's the use of template languages if React can cover them? Aha! So there are still times when using templating languages is perfectly viable. You don't always need to use React, but React can be a great way to cover a lot of these bases. If you need a lot of interactivity on your website, another great thing about React is that it can update individual components. So let's say, remember we talked about that blog? You might have a bunch of images on your blog page. You might have a bunch of text, and you have one small element on the page, which is a place where a person can sign up for your newsletter. If they input their information, you don't necessarily want to reload the entire page after they click submit, right? Like, you might have a ton of content. It might take a long time to load. It doesn't make sense from a resource perspective. Wouldn't it be great if when they submit that form, you could just refresh that one small form without touching anything about the rest of the page. Just that one little form reloads. Well, React can do that. That's one of the beautiful things about React is that it can refresh only what needs to be refreshed based on the user interaction. And so, when we think about something like EJS can also handle, user interactions and that sort of thing, and fetching things from, from the back end and all that sort of stuff. But if we had a similar situation in EJS, you would end up having to reload the page in order to get that new information, right? In order to get, you'd have to reload that entire blog in order to maybe fetch something back from the database or um, display something different after the form has been submitted. So the cool thing about React is that it can just refresh only what needs to be refreshed in the moment. I hope that helps a little bit. There are still times when React is not necessarily needed. Um, if you don't really have a lot of interactivity, if you have a very simple page that's not going to take any time to reload and it's not going to be disruptive, um, then maybe you can just, get by with the classic HTML, CSS, and EJS, and you'll be fine. Not every page is interactive, right? Sometimes you just want to display stuff on a page. And then in which case it might not be necessary. So it's all about having more tools in your tool belt, right? It's all about the right tool for the job. And to be clear, there is nothing wrong with using HTML, CSS, JS, EJS, those things to build your apps and maybe having whole pages reload. That's okay, right? There's tons of websites out there that do that and they're just fine. React is just maybe a slightly slicker, smoother way to build better interactivity. So don't let your dreams be dreams, and don't let this stop you from building stuff if you don't feel comfortable using React. Yeah, and there's other ways to use JSX also. Posture check. Thank you. Ugh, I tend to be a gremlin and I hunch forward. Mm. St. Rufio says, so I could make an update request and the changed information can come back and show without refresh? Yes, it will. Well, to be clear, it will refresh the part of the page that needs to be refreshed in order to show that information. So, for example, let's say you have clicked a button and that adds an item to a list, right? Like a to-do list. It would only refresh the part of the page that contains that list. Anything else would just remain. Yeah. So only the list component of the to-do list would get re-rendered and everything else on the page would not refresh. So that saves on resources. Gremlin squad unite. Yeah, absolutely. My posture is terrible, I tell you what. So that's partially why I stand when I stream. I have scoliosis, and so if I stand, I tend to have slightly better posture. It's better for me anyway, too. Yeah, so I mean, I hope that helps with some of the advantages of why do we want to even worry about React in the first place. And Parasocial has also been posting some other uses of React that are maybe less about user interface and some other places that you can use React and JSX. So one last thing to note here in this little example is that here we've declared our component, our button component, right? And then we reference it down here in our kind of our shell component, which is called my app. And my app is really just this whole, it's basically just the wrapper for the whole thing. So notice that it says export. And so the export default keywords specify the main component in the file. And also, anytime we write components, what you'll generally see is that individual components can and often are stored in their own separate files. So, as a way to structure your app, you'll probably have a bunch of files inside of your app, each holding a component. You don't have to do this, but it helps really declutter your code and make it very clear where to find things. So you might have a bunch of components. They're each in their own file, and then in order to use them, we need to export and import them. If you want to read more about export import, you can check out the docs for that. But we're going to see some examples of that being used in just a little bit once we get into the docs. And so I can go over it again there. Rascal says, great to see you introducing everyone to the new React.dev site. Yeah, Rascal, that just happened this week, right? Because when we went over this last week, it was still in beta. So that just happened this week, right? Dev Limiter says, it's such a cool concept. I really grew to like React after learning how to use it. Absolutely. It's a little bit, it's a kind of a lot at first, but you can start, once you start to see the advantages, you'll start to kind of maybe start being able to try it and get the flavor of it. Yeah, it was this week. That's wild. Yeah. Red Slice says some people code on a giant yoga ball. Yeah, so I kind of have a nice sort of a standing setup here, but I also have a chair behind me, so I sit down during the breaks. All right, so we talked about export import. And so now let's talk a little bit about JSX. And if I feel like I'm going fast, this is all stuff that we covered last week. So you are welcome to go to last week's stream and get a deeper dive, but I'm just kind of catching us up to where we are this week. So let's talk about JSX. Markup syntax that we've seen above. So all this is written in what we call JSX. It's optional, but most React projects use JSX for its convenience. All the tools we recommend for local development support JSX out of the box. So what JSX allows us to do is to write what looks like a mixture of JavaScript and HTML tags all mushed together in the same code, right? No separation. We're not separating things into separate files. HTML here, JavaScript here. We instead can just write it together as one. So that's what JSX is for. However, what we're writing here is not really HTML. It's still JavaScript under the hood. It just looks like HTML because that is easier for us to write. Now, when it renders in the browser, it will render as HTML, but it's really not under the hood. So that's important to remember. And we'll see some examples of why this really isn't true HTML. It just looks like it. There's a few key differences between HTML tags and JSX markup. Hey, AO. Wanted to ask if you could please help us learn how to implement a sitemap for purpose of indexing by Google. I've looked on YouTube, but I'm still struggling to get it done. I may not be the best person for that, but I'm sure there's folks on Discord who could help you. I mean, it may be something I could do in a future stream. We're going to be covering React for quite a while going forward, but you probably get, I'm sure you could get lots of quality help on the Discord. Oh yeah, and Rascal, I'm glad your job is going well. Oh, thank you for the sub, Jazzy Pants. It's weird, I'm not seeing alerts for you guys, but thank you. I see you in my chat alerts here. Devdi says difference between EJS and JSX. Devdi, are you asking? I just want to make sure I understand. Is that a question? Kasima says, and add inline CSS. So lol, we are writing all JS, HTML, and CSS in one page. Yeah, kind of, pretty much. And so let's look at JSX a little bit more. So JSX is stricter than HTML. You have to close tags like break. So normally, if we were writing an HTML tag for break, we would just put BR with the carets, right? But you have to close all tags with JSX. Your component also can't return multiple JSX tags. You have to wrap them in a shared parent like a div or an empty wrapper, what we call a fragment. So here in this function, we want to return two things. We want to return an H1 and we want to return some text that's wrapped in a paragraph tag with a break tag to have a line break. So this is technically, we're returning sort of two enclosing tags here, right? We have the H1 and we have the P. Now, React doesn't like that. It needs a single tag enclosing everything that's returned by a component. And so in order to do that, what you'll often see is an empty tag such as this. And this is what we call a fragment. Um, and so all this is doing is just making so we conform to the rules of React. You have to enclose a component inside of a single tag. And so you'll often find that we use fragments for that. So if you have, and another couple things to note, a couple differences between HTML and JSX markup. So there are certain keywords that will look a little bit different in JSX than they do in HTML. And I think we'll wait until we get back to the docs and you'll see examples of some of those differences. And so we'll see if you can spot them. Oh, okay. Devdi asked, so difference between EJS and JSX. So EJS is a templating language, and what it pretty much does is, I mean, they both are kind of allow you to write something that looks like HTML, but it's not HTML. And so EJS allows us to kind of take uh, sort of take stuff from our controllers, right, from our server and our controllers, and render it out on the front end, and doing a little bit of logical operations inside of our inside of what looks like our HTML, right? We can do a little bit of logic for display and styling purposes, just a little bit. But all of the thinking is really done on our backend. We don't do heavy logic inside of our EJS, right? What React does is it flips the script and it basically says, hey, the main purpose of websites is interactivity, right? If you're using React, your website is probably highly interactive, lots of logic happening that controls the way things are displayed. And so what JSX does is it says, okay, logic is the priority here. Logic controls how things look. Interactivity controls how our website looks. And so the majority of what you're going to be doing in React is writing things out in a logical way, which then delivers certain markup elements. So it's really just a heavier weight on logic versus styling. And that may not make total sense yet, but you'll see some of the components, some of the more complex components that we can write as we get into the documentation. And you'll see, oh, yeah, actually, this is mostly about logic and less about style. Also, and JSX can be used in a much wider variety of ways than just delivering markup. Parasocial mentioned that you can use it on the on the middle end, on the on the server side. JSX is a lot more robust because it's basically just JavaScript with some extra markup elements. Greyflow says, do you think you might cover converting a project from EJS to React? Gray Flower. Man, do I have the streamer for you. 1 second. I have someone that you should check out because they have done a ton of that, and you can watch any of their videos. I want to shout out Rascal2. If I could type, our very own friend Rascal2. Did that work? Yeah, that worked. Yeah, so check them out. They have done a ton of exactly what you're asking for. I think they even have a playlist for it. St. Rufio says, I wonder if this is harder to use with Tailwind because of inline styling. So no, you don't. All of the styling with React does not have to be inline. You can still link to a CSS style sheet just like you would with normal styling. So maybe that's Tailwind or whatever. So no, it doesn't. You can do inline styling with React, but it doesn't have to be. You can link to a style sheet and you can use classes and IDs just like you would with normal styling. So don't let that limit you. Hey, Hang, we are still reviewing the stuff we talked about last week, so you didn't miss too much. All right. So if you have a lot of HTML that you want to turn into JSX, maybe you have a static site and you want to add interactivity to it, and you just say, hey, this would be better as a React website, there are online converters you can use, and the docs will link you to that. So let's talk about styling. That's a great segue based on that question. So in React, you specify a CSS class with class name. it works the same way as the HTML class attribute. So if you were writing HTML, you would use the keyword class to basically add a class to your HTML tag, right? And what that would allow you to do is then attach styling to that class, and anything that's tagged with that class name would receive that styling, right? With React, you can do the exact same thing and it works in the exact same way. No difference. The only difference is that when you are writing a class in React, you use the keyword class name. And that's extremely important to remember. The keyword of class is a reserved keyword, and so in order to when they were building React, they said, "Oh no, the word class is reserved. We have to use a different word," and so they have used the word class name. So that's probably a difference that you'll encounter a lot. However, it's not that big of a deal, and it works exactly the same as the class keyword on HTML tags. Casa says, "Bootstrap that CSS, lol." Yeah, I'm glad you also enjoy Bootstrap. Bootstrap is my fave. I know a lot of folks don't like it, but I love it. And thank you, Chandler Dale and Rayanne Ramos. Thank you for the follows. Okay, and so here it's telling us exactly then how we could use that class name in CSS, just like we would use a regular HTML class, right? No difference. Same. It's all the same. It's just a different keyword. So React does not prescribe how you add your CSS files. In the simplest case, you just use a link tag, just like you would link a normal style sheet in HTML. No difference. If you use a build tool or a framework, consult its documentation to learn how to add your CSS to the project. So just like you would with HTML, if you're using something other than vanilla CSS, just follow their rules and you'll be fine. So I hope that makes sense. It's not a big, it's not a huge deviation. It's just a different word for classes. Now you can also do inline styling with React. We might see a little bit of that, but I think most of us don't do inline styling in our HTML, and so it's in the docs if you want to go review it. But I think most of us link to a style sheet. That seems better practice overall, I would think. So you can just do it like you would normally. So displaying data, JSX does let you put markup into JavaScript. So curly braces let you escape back into JavaScript so that you can embed some variables from your code and display it to the user. So we might see this. This looks very similar to how you might do it in EJS. You would, sort of escape your HTML and drop in a variable or a simple JavaScript statement, and all you need to do is wrap it in curly braces. You can also escape into JavaScript from JSX attributes, but you have to use curly braces instead of quotes. So for example, class name avatar passes the avatar string as the CSS class, but source user image URL reads the JavaScript user image URL variable value and then passes that value as the source attribute. So all we're really doing here is declaring this as a string and then passing the source as a variable from our JavaScript. So I think that's something we're used to seeing in EJS and other templating languages. So it's really no different. You just wrap it in some curly braces. Oh, and thank you, Chandler Dale. Let's see. KeyDev, thank you for the follow. And Parasocial says, usually in React, people do Tailwind, CSS modules, CSS files. And inline styles are usually only for dynamic stuff when doing animations. Yeah, so I think if you're going to be familiar with anything, just get familiar in general with how to use curly braces to do things like reference variables and that sort of thing. All right, so let's take a look at an example here. You can put more complex expressions inside the JSX curly braces too. For example, string concatenation. So what we've done here is we've declared an object called user, right? And we've declared this object just like we would in regular JavaScript. Because remember, JSX is just JavaScript with markup. So all the same rules apply. There's just a few extra things to be aware of. So we've declared an object called user, and it's got three properties here. Now we build out our profile component, and what that's going to return is just an H1 with the name in it and then the person's picture. So here we are working inside of a tag, right? We are working inside of some kind of markup tag, which looks to us like an HTML H1. And so if we want to do something JavaScripty inside of that tag, we have to use our curly braces. Now you might say, but why didn't you, why doesn't this whole thing here, like this const, why doesn't that have to be in curly braces? Can somebody answer that? So we have curly braces on the inside here, but why isn't this whole thing here inside of curly braces? I want to make sure we understand when we have to use curlies and when we don't. Can anybody answer that question? Why doesn't this whole thing here have to be inside of curly braces? Thank you for the follow, DYU and BioCity. Costivus is declaring a variable. Yeah, that's a reasonable guess. Any other guesses? When do we use curly braces and when do we not? Yeah, Little Pixel says we're already writing in JavaScript. Yeah, so basically, when you're doing things outside of markup tags, so by markup tags, I mean these tags that look like HTML. When you're doing things outside of those tags, you write them just like you would JavaScript, right? Just like normal. There's no difference. You're writing it just like normal JavaScript. However, as soon as we go into an HTML tag or a markup tag, and we want to what we call escape that tag to do something JavaScripty, we have to wrap it in curly braces. So that's important to remember. Anytime you're working inside of a tag, just wrap it in curly braces so you can do that expression. That's very similar to what we see in EJS and other templating languages. Yeah. So here inside of our image tag, we set the class name as a string. So that's not a JavaScript expression, no curly braces needed. However, here for the source, we want to reference the image URL property of our user object. And so that is a JavaScripty thing to do. And so we wrap it in curly braces. Same thing for the alt tag, right? We're concatenating strings. So we're saying photo of, and then concatenate the name property of our user object. And then the same thing for our style here. We're doing something slightly different with style, right? We're getting it crazy here. We're getting exotic. We got double curlies. Whoa, what is happening here? What is happening here? Well, we have to use curly braces because we're doing something JavaScripty inside of a tag. And then inside of our curly braces that React requires, we are creating an object, right? We're creating a new object with width and height. And then from there, we're grabbing the image size property from our user object. So we're just creating a new object here with a couple of different, key value pairs inside of it. And so in order to do that, to follow JavaScript rules, we wrap it in curly braces. And then to follow React rules, we have to wrap that in another set of curly braces. So it looks a little weird, but it really is just following the rules of, JavaScript and React or JSX. So I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, we're going to see a lot more examples. So don't despair. This is something you're going to see constantly. And so give it a little bit to sink in, and hopefully it will with just a little repetition. So they say here in the above example, the style attribute is not special syntax, but a regular object, which gets wrapped in curly braces, inside of the style JSX curly braces. You can use the style attribute when your styles depend on JavaScript variables. Nesting into oblivion. Yeah, exactly, Kasava. You got it. You got it. And again, we're going to see this multiple times. We have an interior object, right? That's how we always write objects in JavaScript. We wrap them in curlies. And then since we are doing something JavaScripty inside of our tag, that requires JSX requires curly braces around whatever we're doing, right? So we're just following interior is the rules of JavaScript, right? Declare an object, wrap it in curlies. Exterior is the rules of JSX. Okay, and we're going to stop there with the review. That's as far as we got last time. Yeah, and it is Mattel. It is escaping. That's exactly what it is. What we're doing is we are going into an HTML tag and then escaping that tag with the curly braces to do something JavaScripty, and then going back to the tag to close it. So if you're familiar with escaping, that's exactly what we're doing. Okay, so we're going to stop there with the review, and we're going to go back to the documentation and cover some new stuff. So before we start getting into something new, are there any questions on what we just went over? I realize that we covered kind of a lot there, kind of fast, but if you want more in-depth look at everything we just covered and some more stuff too, check out my stream from last week. It's on the videos tab of my channel. And we spent 3 hours going over what we just covered in like 30 minutes. So you can get a much more in-depth review by watching last week's video if you feel like you want to do that. Thank you for the follow, Mayor. All right, any questions? Feel free to ask questions at any time, of course. Yeah, parasocial. I see where you're coming from. So style, no matter the property, since we are performing some kind of JavaScript inside of that property, or that attribute, we need to escape it with a single pair of curly braces. And so that's what we're doing here. So if looking at style, if I just was doing something like, this is going to give me an error because it won't like it, but that's okay. If I was doing something like this for my style and that was valid, that would be fine. However, since I have an object inside of that style attribute, it needs curly braces to follow the rules of JavaScript. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and start looking at something new. But again, feel free to ask any questions as they come to you. Yeah, St. Rufio says 1 pair of curlies is for escaping and 1 is for the object itself. Exactly, good summary. And we're going to see more examples of that, believe me. Okay, so we were in the first section of the Learn React docs here. So we were in this section here. And last week we got as far as finishing this section, JavaScript and JSX with curlies. And so we are going to start on the section called passing props to a component. And Kosova says, what's escaping mean? So essentially it's just you inserting some JavaScript into the inside of an HTML tag. So if you're familiar with EJS, it's exactly what you do in EJS anytime you do some, like a true false statement or a for loop inside of your EJS, right? That's not something you can do in HTML. But if you want to do some JavaScript logic, you just wrap it in curlies. That's what we call escaping. And Ryan has linked to that specific page that we're on now. Thank you, Ryan. So you can click that link. We are in the first section called Describing the UI, and we are now on the chapter of passing props to a component. So when we're talking about props, props are where we start to get into some of the more new concepts of what React is unique for. Like what makes React unique compared to, something like, I don't know, EJS or handlebars or whatever. Um, and props are a way that allow components to talk to each other. So as they say here, React components use props to communicate with each other. Every parent component can pass some information to its child components by giving them props. So props might remind you of HTML attributes, but you can pass any JavaScript value through them, including objects, arrays, and functions. Okay, so let's think about the concept of props a little bit more. So I think I've said this before, but props are so. I've used this analogy before. So when I was little, my mom used to take me. We grew up in a really rural area, and my mom used to take me to these big auctions that would take place outside. And what they would do is they would sell a lot of things, but generally like big stuff. Like I'm talking like whole wagons full of hay or tractors, like stuff that you cannot sell inside of a building or in a traditional way. It has to be done outside. And so everybody would gather in a big field and just stand around, and you have these, 10 or 12 big wagons of hay out in this muddy field. And it's just, a bunch of pickup trucks and a bunch of farmers. And at the front of the field, you would have an auctioneer, and he would have a microphone. And the way it works is the people who are present at the auction will raise their hands if they want to bid on an item. And the auctioneer's job is to essentially keep track of the price and make sure that everyone in the audience knows what the price is at a given time, and and the auctioneer can then raise that price if a bid is matched, right? So the auctioneer is keeping everyone informed at the auction as to what the current price is, because if you're standing in a big muddy field, right, it would be impossible for everybody in the audience to talk to each other and let them know what the price is. Like, hey Frank, I just bid on that hay for $10 a bale, and then Frank has to tell everybody else, and it just it's too much to communicate. So you need a central presence that is able to pass that information along to everybody. And so we talk about props, being passed from parent to children, and it's really a way for parent components to keep all of their children informed of what's going on and give them the information they need in order to function. And so we're going to see some examples of that. Yeah, and as Dev said, props are simply a way of passing and sharing data values downward. And one thing you'll notice is that it always goes down. You're never passing props up. Information flows down from parents to children, or from the auctioneer to the folks in attendance. But it's a great way to keep multiple components updated in sync with the current, I'll use this keyword, the current state of everything in the app. And so multiple components can stay in sync while still operating independently of each other. And that's truly the magic of React, is that the components can remain independent, but get the information that they need from their parents. And those props flow downward. All right. So let's see some examples of what props can be. So props are information that you pass to a JSX tag. For example, class name, source, alt, width, and height are some props that you can pass to an image. So here we have an image tag, and all of these values here, the class name, source, alt, width, and height, they influence the behavior of that image tag, right? So if I were to change this, it changes the behavior of that image, right? It influences the behavior. So that's a prop. The props that you can pass to an image tag are predefined, but you can pass any props to your own components. So when you create a new component, you can specify which props it requires in order to function. So here's an example of that. All right. Passing props to a component. In this code, the profile component isn't passing any props to its child component called avatar. So we're declaring a component called profile, and in return, our profile component renders this avatar component. You can give avatar some props in 2 steps. So the first thing we need to do is pass those props into our component. So here we have that same avatar tag, right? Have our avatar tag, and we pass the props directly into that tag. So here we're passing 2 props, person and size. And as a reminder here, again, we see another example. We've got an object inside of our JSX curlies, and so that's why we have the double curlies there. So that's another example of that. But avatar, now we're passing in 2 props. So after we pass in those props, we have to make sure that our avatar component is ready to read them. So what do we do in a regular JavaScript function? So just think about JavaScript for a second. What do we do in a JavaScript function if we want that function to take in certain values? How do we set that function up? What do we do? If we want that function to take in certain values, how do we declare that function? What do we do? Thank you for the follow, Rachie. Yeah, exactly. We give it parameters, right? So what do we do in React? We essentially do something very similar, right? That's what we're doing here. We're declaring a function, which is a component, called avatar. Notice the capital letter. This is a component, and we capitalize it. But if we want to pass in 2 things, 2 props, we simply declare those in curly braces, just like that. And we set them up pretty much like we would a regular function, right? 2 props, 2 parameters, same diff. It just looks a little bit different with the curlies, but it really works the same way, right? We're used to seeing that. Yeah, exactly. So we can read these props by listing their names separated by commas inside of a parenthesis and curlies. This lets you use them inside of the avatar code like you would with, they say a variable, but I think this looks more like parameters. It's just, how you would declare some parameters and then you can reference those parameters inside of your function, right? Same thing. So that's what we do down here. So our avatar component takes in person and size. And now that we've got those, now that we're taking those in, we can reference those inside the component. So here we are, for the source, we're calling a function, which is fine. We can use that. And then for the alt value, we're taking in an object called person. And so we can reference the properties of that object. We can grab the name. And then here we're referencing the second prop, which is called size. And we can see that that renders successfully, right? Just like a regular function. We take in a value and then we can reference it inside. And so how does that look when we pass it in from the parent? Well, I can make this bigger actually. There we go. That looks better. You can see everything at once now. So how does that look when we pass it in? Well, we reference the component here. We reference avatar. We've got the open and the close tags here. And we're passing in our props. First prop is size, passing in value 100. Second prop, person. This is an object. We pass that in. And then it gets read into avatar down here. Now, notice that we're calling avatar multiple times, right? 1, 2, 3. And each time we're passing in different props. So just like you could with a function, right? Just like you do with a function, you could have these values be different every single time. As long as you're following the rules, you can pass in different values to your function and it will return a different result. And so All of this should look familiar to the kind of things that we do with JavaScript functions already. It's just visually a little different. Okay, so does that make sense what we're doing there? It's simply putting these values in the parent, passing them down to the child as props. Thank you for the follow, Oxy and Madi Dev. I'm going to take a quick hydration here while y'all think about that. And we're going to see tons of examples of this. This is kind of we're getting into the meat and potatoes of what React is. And here we can also see some of the reusability, right? So I can simply reference this avatar component 3 times instead of repeating myself multiple times by, setting up this, image tag a bunch of times. I can simply reference the component 3 times. 19-bit said, so it seems like components can act like functions. Yeah, they basically are. Right? When we declare a component, it looks like a function because it is. Its behavior is just the way we pass stuff into it is just a little bit different. We're creating a chain of parents to children. And so here, the cool thing is that we can nest, we've built this function, but we can nest it inside of a parent function and reference it in a very simple way, passing values from our parent to our child. Yeah, that's why they're called functional components. The modern React is built on what we call functional components because they are functions. It's nothing new. It is a function. Yeah, as Parasocial says, we might even say it's function components instead of class components. Absolutely. It's not in reinventing the wheel, right? It's taking these things from JavaScript that already exist and it's just repurposing them to have some new and useful behavior that's more suited to UIs. Yeah. All right, so props let you think about parent and child components independently. For example, you can change the person or the size props inside of profile without having to think about how avatar uses them. Similarly, you can change how the avatar uses those props without looking at the profile. You can think of props like knobs that you can adjust. They serve the same role as arguments serves for functions. Remember that. It's really the same thing. In fact, props are the only argument to your component. React component functions accept a single argument or a props object. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Tosco. So technically, under the hood, React components accept a single argument called props. Now you might say, hang on a hot minute. That's not what we were doing up here. Well, I'll explain in just a second. So under the hood, essentially, React components accept a single argument and it's called props. But what that is an object. So you might see this props keyword referenced in React code. You might see that. You might see that, if you're looking at like a real live website, you might see, oh, it's just referencing props. Like there's nothing. I thought this function was taking in a bunch of stuff. Why does it just say props? Well, that's how components work. They take an object called props. So usually you don't need the whole props object itself. So you can destructure it into individual props. And that's what we did before when we wanted to pass in 2 sort of individual, very specific things. One called person, one called size. All we need to do is destructure it into those individual props that we can pass in. Now, you might not be familiar with destructuring, but essentially what it can do is it can take an object and break it apart. And that's all we're doing. We're taking the props object, we're breaking it apart into pieces that make more sense for what we're doing. And that is JavaScript syntax. That is a thing that JavaScript can do. You may have already seen it before, especially when you're working with objects, large objects in JavaScript and stuff like that. You may have heard of destructuring before, but that's all it is. It's a JavaScript thing that allows you to break apart an object. So this syntax is called destructuring, and it's equivalent to reading properties from a function parameter. So what we did here with avatar is the same thing as if we passed in the whole props object and then called um, specific properties from that props object. I find this easier to do, where you just destructure it, just wrap it in curlies. All you got to do is remember to wrap it in curlies, and you can pass in your individual props. I think that's easier to follow. And so, that's, I think, what you'll see more often is just adding additional curlies and then passing in as many individual props as you want. Kosovo, props are objects. They're not variables. They're objects. Yeah, Parasocial says you might see it if you use TypeScript. That's true. And you might see this. So just know what this word is if you see it in the wild. Just know what this is for. It's really just passing an object into a component. And then inside of the body of that component, they're probably just going to reference specific things inside the props, just like this. It's an object. So to reference something in an object, you just do props dot whatever. Yeah. And there's a ton of destructuring in React. You'll get comfortable with it. Yep. And just, I mean, the curly braces in React are so common that, you'll get used to it pretty fast. So another thing that you can do is you can specify a default value for a prop. So if you want to give a prop a default value to fall back on when no value is specified, you can do it with destructuring by putting equals and the default value right after the parameter. Now, we saw this pretty recently with TypeScript, right? If your parent component may not always pass in a size, but your child component needs that in order to function, you can just give it a default value. So if the size is not present, if this component is trying to render and it's like, oh crap, I didn't get anything from my parent. Well, at least I have this fallback. I'm going to make the size 100 unless I get something else. Now, if something did get passed from the parent, like size 120 or size 50, it would use that. But if no size is present, it will default to 100. Okay, so this does not override. It's just there in case it didn't get anything from the parent. Third Decade says, does Khan Academy use React in site development because of its goal of high user interactivity? Maybe React helps that. So are you talking about if their website uses React? That's something we can look at. I think it is about time for a break. So normally we like to take the breaks at the top of each hour. And so I think we'll need to do that. But over the break, what I'll do is I'll pull up the Khan Academy website and we'll see if Khan Academy is using React. And I can show you how to determine if a website is using React. I think you'll be surprised how many websites do use React, especially high traffic ones. Thank you for the follow, Mod34. So before we go on our break here, I'm going to answer this one question. Hey, Reddy, welcome to the stream. Hello, Mindwolf. In your opinion, is it still relevant to start learning front-end web dev in 2023, especially with the arrival of AI and its models, which already look very promising? Okay, so think about it this way. I'll put it this way. Do customers ever know what they want? Like really know what they want? Can a customer articulate very specifically how they want something to look, what colors something should be, exactly what images a website should use? Ever? And I'm not ragging on people here. I mean, just think about it that way. Are customers able to wake up one morning and know exactly what they want 100% of the time. Like, for example, think about it in terms of a client, like a paying client who comes to you and says, I need a website. They never know what they want right away, right? They always have a vague idea, like, I think, I need a travel website. I like green. Green's nice. Um, and it should have a button that lets people, like, I kind of want some photos. I have a bunch of photos in like a Google Cloud Drive thing. Can I give those to you? um, and it should have like a menu thingy at the top. And but I don't really know like what a good layout looks like, right? And so at least right now, that's not something. If you tell ChatGPT that, yeah, it'll give you something back, but it's probably not going to be what they're looking for. And so you need someone with knowledge of user X design, of UX design, someone with experience designing websites who's seen what works and what doesn't, who kind of has a feel in their head already for best practices in terms of what humans like and what they don't. Um, and it's getting better. Absolutely. I'm a subscriber to Chat GPT 4, so like the new version. It's getting better, but it is not there yet. And yes, they can pass in a photo of what they think they want, but often what you find is that something that maybe looks good in their head isn't going to be what customers are actually going to like. Someone with 10 years of experience designing front-facing websites is going to have a much better feel for what works with customers and what doesn't. Someone coming off the street with a photo on a napkin or with a drawing on a napkin may not know. They might think it looks good on their head to them personally, but you cannot. The AI cannot handle that back and forth. It can't handle that, the creativity, the spitballing with the customer. It may get there eventually, but right now, what AI is good for is being a very excellent tool in the hands of someone who already has those skills of working with the customer, of back and forth, of knowing already what works and what doesn't. Then yes, that person can use AI to say, all right, I know what I want. I'm going to, I've designed this thing in Figma and I'm going to dump it into AI and have it generate some code for me. That's a very valid use case. It's another excellent tool in our tool belt. And for some people that are very, some people may get lucky and get a good design right off the bat, but there is still a place for front end designers who can work well with customers, who know what works and what doesn't, and who can then plug that into AI. It's a tool, exactly. It is not a person, and it doesn't understand really how people operate, at least not yet. And Brindley says, you hit the nail on the head. If we don't know how to use the tools, we wouldn't understand the options or opportunities with AI. And everyone is on a spectrum when it comes to this type of knowledge and understanding. Absolutely. Yes, some people are going to be able to come off the street and come out with a website that works perfectly for them straight out of Chat GPT. But most people won't because they don't know what they want and they don't know what they need and they don't know what works. Exactly. Mattel sums it up really excellently there. They say, um, a lot of the times people have seen something that they think looks good, right? They're like, "Ooh, I love the way Facebook looks. That I love that look. Like Facebook looks great. I want that." But they have like I don't know, they're selling like, I don't know, baby clothes or something. They're like, they want that same look and feel, but it will not work with their customer base. That is hard to relay. Absolutely. So again, people think they know what they want, but you need a layer there. You need someone to translate that into something that will actually work for their customer base. Thank you for the follow there, Ready. Okay. Parasocial says Khan Academy was one of the first companies to use React outside of Facebook. Oh, that's awesome. Third Decade has suggested a poll. Yeah, that's a great poll. I'll set that up over the break. Facebook site for the cost of a bag of chips. Yeah, exactly. I think that problem will never go away. And people will come back and they'll say, yeah, so I mean, why are you charging me $1,000 for a website? I could just go to Chat GPT and have it build me one. And so that's when you say, yeah, try it. Because there's a lot of intermediate steps there. Then go do that. Right? Why are you coming to me? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. We're going to take 5 minutes. I'm loving the engagement so far. Thank you all. 5 minutes. I'm going to set up that poll. And then when we come back, we're going to talk more about passing props from parents to children in React. And then we're going to try some examples of how to actually do that. We're going to get to practice a little bit and actually do some challenges, code them yourself in your browser, and see how we can do that. Yeah, some great anecdotes there from actual freelancers and designers. Exactly. All right, take 5 minutes, get up, get a glass of water, and then come on back when you're ready. Okay, folks, we got about 40 seconds left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. Um, If you didn't get up during the break, please do so now if you're able to do so. And do a quick stretch, roll your arms, roll your shoulders, roll your neck, and then, go pet your dog and pet your significant other with their permission, and then come back. Get a drink of water. Be kind to yourself. Alrighty, let's get back to it. I'm gonna get my camera back on here. Okay. Mattel said, "Mine will. Did you change your hair?" No, I didn't. I am using a slightly different lighting temperature today, so I tweaked my basically to kind of handle the different light levels since we had a time change here. I tweaked my ring light a little bit, and so that's probably what you're seeing. It's a slightly different lighting temperature. The things you got to think about when you're streaming. Hey, Caster, how's it going? Hey, Jasmine, good to see you. Okay, so we just talked about specifying default values for props. Oh, Chris, you got some green tea. That's good. And we talked about, if there is no value that's passed from the parent, then we can specify a default value to be, inside of that component. The default value is only used if the size prop is missing or if you pass size undefined. But if you pass size null or size 0, the default value will not be used. Yeah. So because those are, actual values that are being passed in, so it won't use the default. Another thing that you can do is forward props with the JSX spread syntax, which is what we saw, um, before. So if you, let's say you have a lot of props, you have person, size, is sepia, thick border, um, all these, a bajillion different props. Now if you were present on my my TypeScript stream a few weeks ago, this might look a little bit familiar, right? We're starting to get a little bit cluttered. Tons of things that we're trying to pass into our component here. And it works, right? It's fine. We're passing those, taking in those props, and then we're passing them down to the child here. Once again, kind of a lot. There's nothing wrong with repetitive code. It can be more legible. But at times, you may value conciseness. So when you get in a ton of props, sometimes you may value conciseness. Some components forward all their props to their children, like how this profile does with Avatar. Because they don't use any of their props directly, it can make more sense to use a more concise spread syntax. And so that's what we're doing here. They're taking in props as just the keyword props and then passing it immediately to the child, but using the props spread syntax to go into that props object and just spread it out. And so the spread operator is something you may be familiar with from JavaScript. It's fairly new, but it is an excellent way to quickly take an object and spread it out. So this forwards all of profiles props, these, to avatar here without listing each of their names. So use the spread syntax with restraint. If you're using it in every other component, something is wrong. Often it indicates that you should split your components and pass children as JSX. More on that next. Thank you, Dan. Oh, and by the way, the poll that Third Decade suggested is running. So at the top of your chat window, you should see the poll. You can click on it, and then you can submit your answer to the poll. This is one I'm actually really interested in, to hear everybody's answer as to whether you've been able to incorporate Chat GPT into your day job. So I know it's fun to mess with, but have you been able to use it to help you, in your day-to-day work life? So I don't know that I've seen this used, but I'm sure, as far as just talking about like the spread operator, But I'm sure it is. I'm sure, if you're passing something directly from a parent to child, I'm sure that's something that happens. Um, what you can do instead of this, Somwitch says, oh, good evening, by the way, Somwitch. Or some Twitch, sorry, some Twitch person. Some Twitch person says this only works if the parent and child props have the same name, right? Well, what we're doing here is we're using the props keyword, which is essentially how React stores all props. By default, props are passed into a component using the props keyword, which is an object. Okay, so props by default have the name props. If you want them to have different names, for example, like we did up here, you need to destructure that props object into its individual components, which are named. Okay? So see the difference here where we are destructuring this by wrapping it in curly braces, whereas down here, we're just using the default props keyword. So that's something we covered before the break. I don't think you were on the stream. So, but yes, this is the default name for props as an object all bundled together. So we can actually use this spread operator on the props object and spread it out. But another way that you can do that is instead passing JSX as children. So it's common to nest built-in browser tags. So for example, what we're doing here is we have a div tag, and then nested inside of it, we have an image tag, right? You can do the same thing with components. And this is something this specific kind of arrangement is something you'll see a lot. We have a card component, and this card component contains, all the basic stuff to build a card. And cards are extremely common, across websites. They're, a great way to kind of encapsulate some information that goes together. You have a card, and then you might have multiple cards arranged in like a gallery, sort of like a Pinterest type thing, right? And so we have our outer card component, and then we have a child component, which actually contains all of the content of that card. So when you nest content inside a JSX tag, the parent component will receive that content in a prop called children. For example, the card component below will receive a children prop set to avatar and render it in a wrapper div. Okay, so that sounds like word salad. So let's actually look at the example. That'll be more helpful. Okay. So here we have our profile. This is kind of our outer wrapper, right? And it returns a card with an avatar inside of it. So our avatar has certain props that get passed into it. And those props include the size of the image and information about the person, right? But our card component here receives a prop called children, which allows it to return everything inside of it. So it returns this, all of this, basically everything that was bundled inside of our avatar. So it looks a little wild, but basically it takes in a prop called children, it creates a div, and it renders everything inside of the card. That allows us to create this association between the card wrapper and its avatar component. Hey, Brooke, thank you for the follow. Oh, and it looks like the poll ended. I believe the winning answer there was sometimes. So it sounds like folks are able to incorporate ChatGPT sometimes into their everyday work life. I would say the same thing. I've been able to use it for certain things or to help me define certain concepts. For me, it works really great when I have a function, like a SQL function that I don't understand what it's doing, like a super long, convoluted, unnecessary, nasty function. I can just I literally just copy that function, dump it into ChatGPT and say, hey, ChatGPT, what does this SQL function do? And it walks me through exactly what the function is doing. It's been incredibly helpful in that regard. I don't use it every day, but I definitely use it a couple times a week. We're also finding errors in my code too. It works great for that. Thank you for the follow, a Weiss Dota. Oh, do you play Dota? Kosova says, so Facebook profile pic is made like this. I mean, well, Facebook does run on React, so perhaps, yeah, could be. So it says, try replacing the avatar inside of the card with some text to see how the card component can wrap any nested content. It doesn't need to know what's being rendered inside of it. You will see this flexible pattern in many places. Yeah, card doesn't care. Card is just wrapping whatever the frick we want to put inside of it. So that's why we can pass in this prop and card doesn't care. It's just going to be like, okay, sure, whatever. I'm just going to spit out a div with a class of card and render some stuff. It doesn't care what's in there. We pass it in as a child prop and it just spits it back. So we can put whatever we want inside of our, avatar or inside of this whole card wrapper, and it'll just be like, okay, sure, whatever, and render it. So you can play around with this a little bit. You can take this whole tag and you could do like a, I don't know, H1 or something. And by the way, you can type directly inside of these. So if you want to play around with stuff, you can. Oops, gotta close my tag, sorry. And so, hello, this is a tag, right? And that works because it just takes in whatever as a child prop and renders it out in a card. So it doesn't matter what it is. So you can think of a component with a children prop as having a hole that can be filled in by its parent components with arbitrary JSX. You will often use the children prop for visual wrappers such as panels or grids. Yeah, and that makes sense, right? Because a grid or a card or some kind of border doesn't care what's inside of it. It just holds it. So it doesn't care at all. Okay, so now let's talk about let's see. Oh, I need to catch up with chat a little bit here too. Yeah, Louis says they use ChatGPT when they want the highlights of a book they've already read. Sure. Jasmine says, I'm still learning the tech stack for my new job. Hey, that's fine. Glad you're here. Fidecha says, I haven't tried ChatGPT 4, but the previous one has been super helpful, especially with getting started on a project. Absolutely. Same here. We've done a couple streams where we literally use ChatGPT to build a project. Two projects, actually. We built two things with it, two different things. And I want to show, if we have time at the end of this, I want to show you something that I built with GPT-4. And I want to show you the difference between GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. So they are very different in the way that they execute the same prompts. It's kind of really cool to watch. So maybe that's what we'll do at the very end today. So stick around if you want to see that. If you're curious about GPT-4, I have bit that bullet and subscribed, and so I will show you. All right. Dingabit says, you look like a girl. That is correct. Very intuitive. All right, let's see what else. Okay. So how props change over time. So the cool thing about props, again, remember that individual components, just like functions, don't really care what we pass into them as long as it follows the rules, right? And so we can have props that are different every single time, and our component will execute and render them out. And so that's what we're doing here. So how props change over time. The clock component below receives two props from its parent component, which are color and time. The parent component's code is emitted because it uses state, which we won't dive into just yet. Yeah, absolutely. So this is Props are one half of the React equation, and so we're really focusing on that for now. But there's another half which will close some of the gaps in the overall big picture of React. But for now, props are what get passed into our components to help determine their behavior. So try changing the color in the select box below. Okay, so we're going to use our little drop down here and select midnight blue, and we can see that the color changes, right? We'll also choose Rebecca Purple, which I think is a fantastic name for a color. I don't know if that's real or not, but there you go. Rebecca Purple. Sounds like a character in a storybook. So this example illustrates that a component may receive different props over time. Props are not always static. Here, the time prop changes every second, and the color prop changes when you select another color. Props reflect a component's data at any point in time, rather than only in the beginning. However, props are immutable, a term from computer science which means unchangeable. When a component needs to change its props, for example, in response to a user interaction, very common, or new data, also very common, it will have to ask its parent component to pass it different props, a new object. Its old props will then be cast aside, and eventually the JavaScript engine will reclaim the memory taken by them. Don't try to change props. When you need to respond to user input, like changing the selected color, you need to set state. So, sorry, I hit my coffee cup. So I hit it with my elbow. It's all good. So you'll need to set state, which you can learn about in state. Don't think about state right now. Just know that props are received by the component, and the component cannot change them itself. If it needs new values, it needs to request that of its parent. The component just takes whatever it is given and works with that. It says, all right, I've got these props. I'm going to deliver what I need to deliver based on the props as I receive them, and it will not change them. Okay? So that's an important thing to remember, and what makes props somewhat different from, the way that standard functions work. So props are always taken as received, and you work with them as received. If a, for example, if we were to select a new color here, those props are being passed down from the parent and delivered to the child, which is the clock. So that might be a little bit like of a head scratcher at the moment, but just keep that in mind. Props are immutable; they cannot be changed. Oh, James Pro Dev coming in with the really interesting facts. Rebecca Purple was named after Eric A. Meyer's daughter, who passed away at age 6. He did a lot of work with web standards and CSS in the early days. That is fascinating. Thank you so much for sharing that, James Pro. What a wonderful way to remember Rebecca as its own color. Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. How sweet. I want to use Rebecca Purple in some of my projects now. It's a great color. Very purple. All right, so quick recap before we go into our challenges. To pass props, add them to JSX just like you would with HTML attributes. To read props, use destructuring syntax. So we use our curlies and we pass them into our function just like we would with an argument, except with curlies around it. Sorry, I think I need to sneeze. Thank you. Hope that wasn't too loud. All right. To specify, you can specify a default value like size equals 100, which is used for missing and undefined props. Oh, thank you, everybody. You can forward all props with avatar, and then, with our destructuring syntax, but don't overuse it. And nested JSX will appear as card components children prop. So anything that's nested inside of a parent component will be given to the parent component as a child prop. Thank you for the follow, James. Props are read-only snapshots in time. Every renderer receives a new version of props. You can't change props. When you need interactivity, you'll need to set state. And we haven't talked about state yet. Don't panic about it. It's just the other half of how React works. And so we'll get to that later on in our documentation. All right. Let's do some challenges. You don't get to just sit here and, watch me talk this entire time. Actually, wait, before we do that, before we get into challenges, I said that we would look at a little bit of React in the wild. And so now that we know what props are, we can look at a website and see how it uses React and how props are passed down from parents to children. So let's look at the Khan Academy site. I already had a website pulled up, but I like the idea of looking at Khan Academy since it was one of the pioneers of React. So let's say Khan Academy. Maybe. There we go. Okay, yeah, we looked at Khan Academy last time, didn't we? That's right. So we did look at this last time, but let's look at it again now that we have a slightly better understanding of what makes up React. So I'm going to, first off, how do I know that this website uses React at all? Well, I have what's called the React developer tools installed on my machine. And this is something that you can install too. And I would suggest that you do it. It's just an extension for your favorite browser, whether it's Chrome or Firefox or whatever. Any browser that supports extensions should be able to install this. I have it installed. And when I click on my little extension here, it says this page is using the production build of React. Open the developer tools and components and profiler tabs will appear to the right. So we can actually look and see what type of React this site is using. So I'm just going to do an inspect. And at first, let me make this. At first, if we're looking at it just as is, it looks like pretty standard HTML, right? Because that is how React renders in the browser. React, after it finishes doing all of its logic and blah, 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 it still renders in HTML because that's what browsers understand. However, if we dig a little deeper, we can see that it's actually React all the way down, baby. These are all components. These are all components, and there's a crap ton of them. All components all the way down. So let's see. I want to find a decent one here. Okay, yeah, here's one. So this is a component that's related to the navbar, it looks like. And if I click on it, when I hover over it, I can see, what part of the website it corresponds to. So it looks like it corresponds to something in the navbar. And over here on the right, I can even see exactly what props are being passed into it. So it's getting a few different things. It's getting a background color. It's getting profile. And I imagine if I was logged in, then this nav bar would look different, right? It would have maybe information about my profile, maybe a picture, something like that. But instead, it's null. So there's probably some default behavior here that says, all right, if profile is null, then render the words login and sign up because there's nobody logged in. Profile error, profile loading false. Yeah, because I'm not logged in. So there's nothing to show there. So here we can not only see the component, we can also see what's being passed into it as props. Now this homepage doesn't it has a little bit of, interactivity, but not a ton. Another example here of React being used in the wild is Chewy, which is a website for ordering like dog food and stuff like that. I use it to order supplies for my kittens. Excuse me. And again, if we hover over here and click, we can see that this page is using the production build of React. things are moving, right? We've got this carousel that's moving. Um, there's a lot of, another carousel here, a third carousel here. Um, so there's a lot that's interactive on this page. We've got a ton of drop downs. We've got, you know, things that change shade, like, right, the background changes shade when I go to the drop downs. And so this is a great use case for React because there's so much interactivity going on here on this homepage, and it needs to be fast and responsive. And with this high number of images, to not waste time reloading the page every time the user interacts with something on this page, right? This would suck if the page had to reload every single time, this carousel moved, or I clicked on this carousel, or, anytime something changed. That would suck. So instead, what React does is it allows us to only move what needs to be moved and change what needs to change. So I think this is a great use case, very media heavy use case for React. If we inspect it here, we'll see again, it looks like HTML, nasty HTML, but HTML. But then if we go over to our components, we will see that it actually is React all the way down. And here's an example of, so let's see, something decent here. A little farther down. We can't tell what most of these components are, but here's the carousel. Yeah. So, so this is a good one. So we're taking in some analytics components, but we're also taking in all of the things that are in the carousel, right? Each of these features in the features prop is actually a nested object that has all the information for what's scrolling by in this carousel. It gets passed in to the carousel prop. So I think that's pretty cool. It's a great example of how deep you can nest this stuff. Here's this one's for the auto ship first time discount. It's for this one right here, the one that just went by. That's that prop. And, everything else that's getting passed in. So I think that's pretty neat. React can handle some pretty complex stuff. Okay, so sometimes it helps to look at real world examples. I hope that was helpful for y'all to see. Kasava says, I didn't know that thing was called a carousel. Good to know. Yeah, that's a great term to know. Anytime you see something that can sort of scroll text or images in a in this sort of horizontal format, that's generally called a carousel. And here's an example of some cards. Look right here. See these cards? These cards have a certain appearance and certain functionality, but they don't care what's inside them. It doesn't care if this was advertising HeartGuard or dog toothpaste like it is down here, right? It's just showcasing something. So this is a good example of a parent and child relationship. We have the card, which doesn't care what's inside of it, and then we have the child, which is actually the content. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Wolf Xanta. And Dr. Moto says it reminds me to order HeartGuard. Yeah, get flea and tick protection for your animals, folks. Keep them healthy. Okay, I'm going to take a quick hydrate here. 1 second. Voice is starting to get a little scratchy. All right. So let's do some challenges. What I like the most about these docs is that they have challenges at the end of each sort of chapter to test your knowledge. Hey, Ahmed, how's it going? So let's take a look at what they want here. Challenge 1 of 3, extract a component. So this gallery component contains some very similar markup for 2 profiles. Extract a profile component out of it to reduce the duplication. You'll need to choose what props to pass into it. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. I think what I'm going to do is there's a lot of code here. So rather than, trying to deal with this kind of narrow display, I'm going to just fork it. So if at any point you want a slightly larger workspace to work with for any of these examples, you can click the fork button. So let's go ahead and do that. And that will open it in a separate sandbox window, which gives you, I can take this and sort of move it over, and so we can see more of what we're working on. And yeah, that just makes it, a little bit of a better platform for larger sections of code. Okay, so what are we doing here? So the first thing we're doing is we're importing a function from utils.js. So quick pop quiz for folks in chat. How do I know that this is not a component? This thing that I'm importing from a separate file, how do I know that this is not a component? That it is something else? In this case, it's a function. How do I know it's not a component? Test your knowledge of how we write React. Yeah. So as John Golkograma said, no caps. It is lowercase, or in this case, it's camel case, right? When we declare components. Yeah, exactly. Y'all are exactly right. Spot on. When we declare components, they are always capitalized. Okay. So that's important to remember. Regular tags, things that already exist in HTML, are not capitalized. Components and things like functions and stuff like that, we follow JavaScript rules of camel case. But components must start with a capital letter so that JSX can know exactly that this is a component. It is not a regular tag or a function or something else. It is a component, and it should behave as such. So that's how I knew this. All right, but we are importing this function from the separate file, so that's fine. We don't really care about that at the moment. Let's look at what we're doing down below. So here we have a component. We know that because it's capitalized, right? And we are returning a div with an h1 in it. And we have a section with a class name of profile. Now you see when I highlighted that, it highlighted there's another identical section down below. And what does this have in it? Well, it has the person's name, it has some image information, and then it has a list with basically, stuff about them. So we have our profession, which we can see here. We have the profession, awards, and then what they discovered. Oh, thank you for the follow, Corale. Mattel says, that's a great question. So Mattel says, language standard or styling standard for the capital letter. So Mattel, this is something that you can actually test yourself on any of these examples. You can try uncapitalizing a component and seeing what happens. But I will tell you, it will change behavior because JSX will not understand the difference between the component you are referencing and a regular tag. It will basically say the error it will give you. And I think there was actually an example of this in some of the earlier chapters. What the error message will say something like, "I don't know what this tag is." It will be like, "I don't recognize this HTML tag," or "I don't recognize this markup tag." It'll tell you that. It'll say, I don't know what this is. What are you trying to do?" And it will say literally, "Did you mean to reference a component instead?" And I don't remember if it explicitly tells you to use a capital letter, but it's pretty it's pretty pointed in what it recommends you do. I prefer goofy case, Pranav. Oh, that's funny. So if you have Notepad++, it can convert things to goofy case for you, which is pretty great. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Moto. We discovered that a couple weeks ago, that Notepad++ can convert things to goofy case for you, which is a pretty fantastic feature, if I do say so myself. But anywho, so yes, the capital letter in this case, unlike most things in JavaScript, the capital letter does matter in React because it changes the behavior of how it recognizes a component versus a regular HTML tag. So important. All right, so let's keep looking at this. We've got our profile section, right? And inside of that, we have various information including an image and then a list with that person's accomplishments. So, and then that's the end of this section. So now down here, I see a pretty much identical section, right? There's really, again, we have the person's name, we have an image, and then we have a list with various accomplishments inside of it. So, what do you think we should do? What do you think we should do in order to reduce this repetition? What should we do? Make it a component. Okay, make what a component? Where do you think we should start? What part of this code or what part of this code should we extract into a component? What do you think would be a good place to start and start and or end? Make a card for each person. Yeah. So are you saying that maybe I feel like, so as far as where the repetition begins, it looks like the repetition starts at this section right here, right? At this profile section, because we essentially have two identical sections. So why don't we take this and extract it out into its own component? And then we can simply reference our profile component twice, passing in different props instead of repeating all of this code twice, right? So let's go ahead and see if we can do that. So what I'm going to do, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this. I'm going to go ahead and grab this. Oops. Sorry. If I can, let me highlight you. All right, there we go. I'm going to grab this section and kind of like drop it down here at the bottom. It's going to error out. That's okay. It's not going to like that, but I just want to have that so I can drop it into my new component that we're going to make. And I'm going to get rid of all this repetition here. So I'm going to go down to the H1, essentially. We're just going to take it down to the H1 for now. And we're going to figure out, okay, I'm going to have a new component called profile. So if I wanted to, let's say I had already created that component. How would I then render that component inside of, underneath my H1 here? How would I do that? How would I render that component? Just forget about the props and everything for now. How would I render that component once I've created it? And it's not really a child component in this case, because we don't have we're not rendering a component and then immediately rendering another component inside of it. Kasava says /card. Yeah, and in this case, I'm going to call my component profile and not card, because that's what that's what this section was called. It has a class name of profile, so I'm just going to call my component profile. But yeah, you can call it whatever you wanted. So yeah, but it would basically look like, and you're close on your syntax there. Yeah, exactly. Drunk Uncle Grandma got it right. So remember the way it looks. Reference this, and it's going to look like that. Now it's going to say profile is not defined. Oh my god. Yeah, that's because we haven't defined it yet, but we will. It just needs to be patient. So this is good for one person, right? But we have two people that we want to show profiles for. So we're going to be calling it twice. Same component, but we're going to be passing in different props. Now, Pranav says import component, and that's a reasonable question. In this case, we won't need to, because I'm going to declare my profile component just up at the top here. It could be in a different file. You could put it in a different file, in which case you would need to export it and then import it here. But in this specific case, we won't need to. We're going to keep things in the same file just for simplicity's sake. So I'm going to reference it twice here. And then I'm going to go ahead and declare it up here. So function profile. Um, and for now, I'm not going to declare any props yet. We're just going to get it so it stops yelling at us. All right, there we go. So notice as soon as I declared it, it was able to stop yelling and it's rendering the components, but there's nothing in them yet. So it's just only able to render the H1. These two are empty. So let's start building out. Let's start building out our profile. So let's see, what do I need for profile? So for profile, I need the name of the person, and I also need their image. So let's start with those two things. I'm going to need to pass that information in from the parent, which is our gallery component, to the child, which is our profile. So there's kind of a lot of things here, right? We have, we have the person's name, we have their profession, we have their awards, we have what they discovered. I could pass those in a variety of different ways. And I mean, there's really no wrong way to do it. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up an object called person, which contains all of the information that I want to pass as a prop to the child component. Because I think that'll be an easy way to visually see what we're passing from parent to child. Is all the information about the person is going to be passed in, including what image we want to use, their name, their profession, their discovery, and their awards. And Hassler asks, which code editor are you using? I'm using the code editor that is linked to the code in the React docs. So if you go to an example, you can click the fork button, which is in the top right of all the examples in the docs, and it will open this for you. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create an object called person, bundle everything up in there, and then pass it to profile as a prop. This is something that you'll see. It's very common. When you're passing props from parent to child, when you're passing a lot of props. It's what we saw when we looked at the Chewy website, right? We saw a bunch of objects bundled together and passed as props. So let's do that. I'm going to create person. And if I'm creating an object in JSX inside of a tag, what do I need to do? If I'm creating an object inside of JSX, inside of a tag, what's special? What do I need to do special about that object? We talked about this a lot earlier. Inside of a tag, I'm declaring an object. What do I need to do? Yeah, curlies, exactly. Curlies, yes. Yeah, Cassava, got it. Good job, Cassava. We need double curlies, right? One for the escape and one for the object itself. Exactly. You can see as soon as I did that, it was, the errors went away. So double curlies, right? Good job, folks. Okay. And we're going to take another break here in a little bit. I do want to get to at least the point where we finish with our objects here. So things I want to pass in. One of them I think is going to be the ID of the image, because we want to run our get image URL function on it. So I'm going to grab this image ID. Oh, and I should have saved the other image ID. Whoops. No, that's okay. I can get it from my notes. Boop, boop, boop. Image ID. Eventually I'll get it right. There we go. Image ID. And then their name is Maria Curie. Can't pronounce that middle one there. Profession is going to be physicist and chemist. Their discovery is what? Polonium. Discovery. Cool radioactive stuff. And then their awards. Okay, so this person has 4 awards. So what's a way that I can take these awards and attach them to a single property of our object here? Awards. There we go. Oh, can I make my screen a bit bigger? Yeah, there we go. Let me see. Hang on. Oof. Okay. I think that'll still work. Make that a little smaller. There we go. Yeah, Pranav says make an array. Exactly. Great call. Let's do that. We're going to make an array, and we can put all the awards inside of an array. And we won't have to do, let's see. I'm not going to type these by hand. I'm just going to copy them. Nobel Prize in Physics. Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Davy Medal. And Matteucci Medal. Okay, so those are the awards, and I think that's everything that we need. And so what I'm doing is I am passing all of these things in to my profile as props. And so if I want to set up my profile component to read those props, how would I do that? We only have, we only basically have, one prop right now that we're passing in. But how would I do that to specifically, I want profile, let me be clear. I want profile to specifically read the prop called person. Hey, Mattel. No worries. Yeah, check out the VOD or YouTube. Absolutely. Dr. Moto says Marie Curie is one of only 4 people to have multiple Nobels. Yeah, that's freaking awesome. Yeah, exactly. We need to use destructuring, right? In order to read this, a prop with a specific name, we can use destructuring. If we want to, and we actually have to, there's no choice. So if I wanted to read the person prop, I use destructuring in order to reference it. So let's go ahead and build out, well, let's see if we can just get this one working, and then we'll build out the other one. So I'm actually going to comment out my other reference here. You're not going to let me do that? Okay. We'll get rid of it for now. We're going to get the one working, and then we'll build the other one after our break. So parasocial, we're actually going to add another prop, so I will need to use destructuring, but I didn't want to overwhelm at this point. So Hassler says, why can't you just create that component outside of the app.js file and export it there just to avoid having more lines of code? Absolutely, you can. Yes. You can put it in its own file, and you'll see that quite often. Every component will have its own file, and then they'll be imported into the place where they're being referenced. So yes, and if you are following along, try that. Try putting in its own file and exporting it and importing it here. So profile. Let's go ahead, and first thing we're going to do is we're going to reference our function. So we're passing in our image ID, right? And so in order to actually retrieve the image, we need to use our image URL function that we have here. That was just imported by default from another file. So const Yellow squigglies scary. Hey, you got to embrace the squigglies, my friend. Const image source is going to be get image URL. We're going to reference that function, and we're just going to pass in. Um, we're going to pass in. Let's see, what are we going to pass in? Well, that's an important question. What does it want? Let's check that. So we're getting image URL from utils.js. So let's see what that wants. What does it want me to pass in? It wants an image ID with a size of S. So I could pass in that specific component from person. So let's try that. See if that works. Yeah, person person dot image ID. Is it image ID? I think so. Yeah, it wants an image ID and then a size. Yeah. All right. So I can pass that in. And it's only red. It's only yellow squiggling this because we haven't referenced it yet, which we're gonna in just a second. So, all right. Now, what do we actually want to return? So this is, remember, when we are returning our markup, we have to wrap it in a return with parentheses around it. So yeah, parasocial. I know there could be other ways of doing these types of things, but we're just following the official docs right now. We don't need to get too crazy in the in the weeds with it because this is brand new to so many people. So we're just going to follow what's in the official docs for the moment. And then if you want to do extra research on the side about how to declare things or reference certain things, then you absolutely can, and I encourage that. But for now, we're just going to focus on what the docs are telling us, and kind of just take baby steps for now. All right, so what do we want to return? Well, we want to return our H2. We want to return basically everything that was in our at the surface level down here, right? We need an H2, we need an image tag, and we need a list with stuff in it, right? Okay, so we're going to return our section with our class name of profile because that does like the formatting for the card and stuff. So get that. I'm going to be doing some copying and paste. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to grab all of this. Why do I need to copy and paste a little bit at a time? That's lame. I'm going to drop it all in the return, and then we're going to change what we need to change. So right now you can see it works, right? It works, but we're going to be swapping these things out with prop values. When I did Pranav says, why not just copy the whole section? Yeah, that would be the smart thing to do, right? Like an intelligent human being. All right, so class name is still profile. That stays the same. That's applying our styling. And then instead of this hard-coded value here, what am I putting inside of my H2? What should go inside of my H2? Remember, my prop that I'm passing in is person. So what goes inside of my H2? Yeah, y'all are quick on the draw. I friggin' love it. Way to go. All right. So yes, we are accessing our person prop. And you can see that if I just try to access person directly, it's not going to let me. I want to access person.name, right? That's the prop. Okay. And so inside of our image, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to say avatar. That's hard coded. That's fine. Our source is going to be our image source here. That's going to get us what we need there. You can see that as soon as I change that reference, it still returned exactly what I wanted, right? It didn't change at all. So that shows us that it's working, right? We shouldn't see any differences here. Our alt text is going to again be the person's name. And again, I'm using my escape curlies here, right? Goofy case person.name. Is that an actual function? Is that like an actual method we could call? Really? You got to tell me if that's legit. And then the other thing that we need here for our width and our height, these need to be the same so we can have a nice perfect circle. So I'm going to reference, don't let your dreams be dreams. So I don't want to hard code these. These should be potentially changeable. So, but I may not always get an image size passed in. So let's experiment here a little bit. Let's add a default prop, because right now inside of our person object, we don't have anything that references image size, right? We have an image ID, but not an image size. So let's go ahead and just add a default value for image size. I mean, it's not really necessary, but like if we wanted to change that, it would update the image size for all of our, it would update the image size for everything at once. So everything everywhere all at once, right? So let's do image size, I don't know, 100. And so if I do that, then I can just reference image size like that. Yeah, there we go. And that works. So it's because it didn't get anything from the parent. Oh, and actually, sorry, I should do this instead. Make sure I'm. So if we did, now what this would do is if the reason I had to change those curly braces was because if we did pass in an image size as the prop, I needed to make sure it would be red, right? So we got to destructure it properly. So curly braces on the outside. All right, so there's that. Don't let you can't be don't let your dreams be dreams. Yeah, somebody make a Goofy Case open source project, please. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yeah. Ugh. And we will take a break soon. I promise. I just really want to get this specific one done here. All right, so we've got that. So down here, instead of profession, we want to have this not be hard coded anymore. So instead, we're going to go ahead and go into our person prop, and we can just reference profession, right? Person profession. And then awards. Okay, here we have a count of awards. So this is just a general JavaScript question. How can I get a count? If this is not hard coded, how do I get a count of the number of awards this person has won? We're going back, going to take you back to the past here and test your knowledge of array methods. What do? We want to get the count of items in an array. Ain't no tricks here. Yeah, and Pranav there, yep, exactly. Pranav there said the answer, and so did Dev. Yeah, and Kasava, great. Yeah, exactly. We just use the length. We can get the length of any array very easily. So we can just do, yep, length property. Exactly. Great job. Person dot awards dot length. And as soon as we've done that, oops, sorry, I put it in the wrong place. It would help if I, put it in the right place. That's always a good thing. Let's see, do I want that to be on a new line? No, I need to put it in curlies is what I need to do. Dang. But did you all see what happened when I forgot my curly braces? I don't know if you all could see that behind my chat there. But did you notice what happened when I didn't have the curlies? Let me just show you that again. It's a good reminder. Yeah, see what happens? It just puts it in regular text, right? It just put it in bold text. It's like, yeah, that's a string. But I need the curlies to do the escape in order to reference that object and do a length property on it. Okay? So there we go. All right, now instead of hard coding the awards, I need them to be, basically I need to grab everything out of that awards array. So what's a way that I can quickly take an entire array and turn it into a string that's separated by commas? How do I do that? Yeah, y'all know this, don't you? Join, exactly. And thank you for the follow there, Evelyn. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're getting back to basics here, right? Except again, I do person dot awards dot join, right? And I simply join them together with a comma, and I'm going to add a space there so it looks a little better. Yep. Hooray. Move this over a little bit. Hopefully y'all can see that. Okay, so person.awards.join. And then the last thing we're going to do here is just reference their discovery, which is pretty easy. That's part of our props. Person.discovery. There we go. Hooray. Okay. Dr. Moto says, I didn't know this. Hey, now you do. Isn't it fun to learn something new every single day? Absolutely. I'm glad. I'm happy. Always happy to blow somebody's mind at least once per stream. So, Dr. Moto, I'm glad it was you. All right. So essentially, now what we've done here is we have finished our profile component. So now that that's done, all we need to do when we get back from the break, I promise we're going to have our break now, but all we need to do for the second person is just reference the profile component again and plug in what we want to pass in. And as we do that, we will watch it magically populate everything here on the screen because we've already written the component. It knows what it needs to do. It just needs the props to render it. So we're gonna when we get back, we're gonna reference our profile component again, and we're gonna pass in the props, and then we will be done with this challenge. Okay, so 5 minutes on the clock. When we come back, we've done the hard part, right? We've done the hard part. We've built our component, and when we get back, all we need to do is just reference it again, pass in the appropriate props, and it will automatically generate everything that we need. So we've built all the hard stuff, and then all we need to do is just reference it again. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. And I will see you all back here in 5 so we can finish this together. All right, see you shortly. Thank you for the follow, Samer. Real quick there, Tamalug says, I'm a newbie, but I kind of love this. First of all, Tamalug, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, isn't it fun? It's really cool. And even if you're a newbie, hopefully you can still appreciate the efficiency and some of the advantages of this, even if maybe you're not quite ready to use it just yet. Just remember it for when you are ready. Hey, folks. All right, we got about a minute left in the break, so please come on back when you're ready to do so. Get a drink of water, get up and stretch if you haven't already, if you're able to. Pet your dog, pet your significant other, kiss a baby, uh, and then come on back. Y'all are funny. Hey, Antonio, live stream. Yay. Yes, of course, Dr. Moto, pet your significant other with their consent. Absolutely. Oh, Antonio, it's Smiley Face from Discord. Good to see you here, my friend. Oh, thank you, Antonio. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer with 8 seconds left on the clock. I'm going to get my camera going again. All right, good to see everybody back here. What is my hair doing? I don't even know. Ow. Okay, there we go. Whew. You watched all of them? That's awesome. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we had just before the break, we had just finished. Essentially, what we did was we built our component. We made a reusable component, right? That we could reference as many times as we want to, and we could pass in custom props to that component to display different things, but still produce the same general behavior. So we did one. Now let's do the second one, and I may need to go back to let's see, wait, do I have it in my notes? Hang on. I may have been smart enough to put the information for both people in my notes. So, yes, I did. I outsmarted myself. I knew that I would accidentally delete the second person's information, so I put it in my notes. Go me. All right, so to reference the component again, all we need to do is just do this. Let's set up our open and close tags. And it's saying, when we just put in the, actually, and I'm going to get rid of this extra down here. So when we put in just the profile and don't pass in any props, we can see that we get an error, right? It's looking for some props that don't exist. Now, Pranav says we could add some logic to return NA for empty awards. Absolutely. In this case, both of our people have awards. So you could add that logic if you want. What we're going to do again is we're going to build out another person object. And again, we're going to need our curly braces, right? Boop, 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 boopy doop. Do that. And I'm just going to like copy and paste this structure so I don't have to do it again. And we'll just fill it in with different values. So watch them change in real time as I replace these values. Oh, and High Priest, did I say thank you for the follow, by the way? I don't remember if I thanked you already. So boop, there we go. As soon as I change that, the rendering changes. Now, one thing you might notice is that as I'm changing these values, the whole page isn't reloading, right? Everything's not re-rendering, only the things that need to change. So Katsuko, and their profession is geochemist. Do that. Now, if you want to add default values for some of these, just to test out like defaults, like Pranav mentioned, you could add default values for these. For like awards, you could add a default of NA, but do keep in mind that might affect your logic for, you got to think carefully about how you do that. So it doesn't mess up your logic for counting the awards, right? Because if that's NA, you want it to be 0. You want it to show 0 awards. And then let's see, wait, I need to do that. And I think that's, yeah, okay, that looks right. Right? We got their profession, we got the awards, these counts are different, and we've got their discovery. Okay, so this shows how I can use one component called profile and pass in different props to then produce the same general behavior, but have, a different output based on the props we passed in. Yeah. So yeah, you could definitely do that there, Pranav. I would suggest that, mess around with the default values. Mess around with the default values. see what works and what doesn't, play around with logic, that kind of thing. That's the fun part about this sort of thing, is you can experiment. We're going to go ahead and I would love to finish all three of these challenges before we end the stream for today. So we're going to go ahead and go on to the next challenge. But does anybody have any questions on this before we move on to the next challenge? Does everybody understand what we did here? If you don't, feel free to speak up. If you don't understand how these, what we did, what we started with, where we ended up, feel free to ask. All right, Pranav, that's good. Questions are okay. Questions don't mean that we aren't, that we aren't intelligent or anything like that. Questions sometimes just mean that maybe you heard something different than the way I said something, and so sometimes they're just, you know, differences in understanding, right? Antonio Coding says, "What is modern React?" So when React was first conceived, it was class based, and everything was based around JavaScript classes and constructors. Now those are fine. Class based React is perfectly fine to use. However, and it was also uh, there's extra, I don't know, extra work that you had to do in order to reference specific components. Um, you can look up class-based React if you want. That's perfectly fine, and it works, right? There's nothing wrong with it. However, modern React is function-based, like we're doing here, right? We have everything's in a function. All of our components are in functions, and for most people, those are more accessible and easier to understand. And we can also reference, our components by importing and exporting them and sort of referencing them almost like HTML tags. And that's a very intuitive way to understand this stuff. So that's modern React. But you can definitely look up the difference between modern React and class-based React if you want to. Um, and um, 80 says, shouldn't we create collection of type person somewhere else and pass it to the gallery? Um, you could make this pass through, like what they're saying is, why don't we create our collection somewhere else, pass it into gallery as a prop, and then pass that prop down to the children. So potentially you could. In this case, we don't really need to, since we're just kind of illustrating, like this is not a production application. We're just referencing how props work and how to pass them from a parent to a child. You could have multiple layers, right? You could have, let's say that maybe there's multiple galleries or something like that, and you're passing certain cards to certain galleries based on, uh, various logic. And so it could be possible that these people are passed into gallery as props themselves, and then we reference profile multiple times to in order to display each person in the gallery. Um, that's very possible. In this case, it just wasn't necessary because it wasn't really what we were, trying to demonstrate. But yeah, sometimes you'll see that. Kasava says, what website are you using to do this? So all you need to do in order to play around with this yourself is to go to the React docs. So it's where we were, right? We were in the docs and we were looking at the challenges. That's where we were. Click on the fork button. Do you see what button I have here? Click on fork, and that will open this code for you. You don't need to copy and paste. You don't need to do anything. You could open it in VS Code if you wanted, but this sandbox is perfectly fine to work in. So in the docs, just click the fork button, and it'll do all the work for you. Open up the code in a sandbox that you can play around with yourself, which I would recommend. Do these challenges yourself. Don't just watch me do them. So yeah, Kasava, if you have an idea of what you want to do with this, some way you want to try and tweak it, then absolutely do that. See if it works. Do it yourself. Absolutely. Tropicana says, I didn't get the image size you passed in 100. So up here, this. Yeah, so what this is a demonstration of a default value. So in these props, we are passing in person, right, as that object that we built. We built an object called person. We're passing it in as a prop. And that covers most of our needs here. Um, It covers, it gives us our person's name. It gives, their alt. It gives their profession, their awards, their discoveries, that kind of thing. However, there's an additional property here of image size. Now, does our person object that we're passing in, does that contain something called image size? Does it contain something called image size in this object? I'm asking. Anybody can answer, not just Tropicana. Sometimes I ask questions. No, it doesn't. Right. Exactly. It doesn't. So, but our component needs something called image size. So what we can do is declare what we call a default prop. If nothing called image size is passed in, but our component requires image size, we can just set a default that says, all right, if nothing is passed in called image size, I'm going to set that to 100. However, if we did suddenly add, let's go ahead and do that. We'll add a something to our object here called image. I'm just going to add it to 1. I want to show you the difference. Image size, and we'll set that to 50 for this one. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and image size. Yeah. Or maybe what if I make it bigger? Maybe that'll work. Okay, well, it's not reading it. Maybe it has something to do with the styling. Let's see what happens if I do this. Yeah, maybe it has something. Maybe it's hard coded to style to size to a certain amount. But anyway, if we didn't pass in an image size value, oh, it's nested inside person. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, this needed to be a separate prop. Yep, good catch. Good catch. You're paying attention. I love it. That was for engagement, right? So I need to take it out of person and pass that in as a separate prop. Let's see. Person, and this will be image size. Size equals, oops, 200. Do that. Okay. And I think, does that need to be in curlies? Yes, it does, I think. Let's see. Take that out. Size. Watch me make this worse. All right. Person. Is that? Does that need a comma there? Oh, I put it in the wrong place. That's why. I'll get it right eventually, I promise. Jeepers. Image size 20. Pass that in. Okay. Oh, curlies. Yep. Gosh dang. Image size equals curlies. Yep. Why is it? Okay. That's it. I forgot my curlies. There we go. Okay. There we go. So now look, the image size has changed. But if I put back the default, so here the default value is 100, but because I'm passing in a value for image size, it's still reading it as 20. Yeah. So it's still reading it as 20, even though there's a default there, because I'm passing in a value for it. So that's something you can play with. And as you can see, like, it's easy to, when you have multiple props, especially when they're this, like, what was tripping me up was how many props we have here that we're passing in. I got confused as to where I was at in my curly braces because this is a pretty large amount of props that we're passing in. But here now we're passing in two values. Whereas down here, we're still only passing in one, which is person. We're passing in a single prop of person, and so it is using the default value. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the next challenge. I just want to make sure we have time to get through these other two. There's not, they aren't quite as involved as this first one, but I would like to hopefully get to them. So why do we have to use the curly braces uh, for the second prop? Let's see. Let me see if there's another reference to that here. I want to find another example. Okay, so up here, when we're passing in props, when we're passing in multiple props to a component, we can see that the numerical values, no matter what they are, numerical values are always going to need curly braces around them, just like we do with objects. Strings do not, but everything else does. I don't remember why, to be honest, but yeah, we can see other examples of that here where we're passing in different sizes. It just always needs the curly braces around it. And I apologize that I don't remember the specific reason at the moment, but yes, that's true. Okay. Gluha says, hi, will you show something on Next.js soon? Maybe. We're going to finish all the React docs first. So it might be a little while. All right, let's go on to the next challenge. Kasawa says, what's the reason when we do function profile, we do person size? Can't it be profile? Okay, and as Parasocial mentioned, you could also pass in strings with curly braces as well. So there you go. If you want to use curly braces for everything, then that seems perfectly fine if that helps you remember. Because like me, I forgot that we have to. So there you go. Might be easier to just keep things consistent. What's the reason we do function profile when we do person size? Can't it just be profile? Okay, so let's look at it again. So are you saying, I just want to make sure I understand, are you asking why we can't just do this? So Casa, is this your question? I want to make sure I understand. Because if I launch into a big explanation, it wasn't your question, then okay. So think about it in terms of a JavaScript function. If you have a function where you're trying to pass things into that function in order for it to spit something out, if I don't pass anything into that function, it can't give me what I want, right? Now, if you had built this function hard-coded with all the values that you needed it to return, then yeah, you could have it have no props at all. There are components that don't take in any props because they don't need any. However, in this case, the specific reason we built this profile component was so that we could reuse it multiple times for different people. Right? We want to keep referencing this profile component 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times over and over again. Now, what would be the point of me hard coding all the values for each person and declaring 10 separate components? That's a bunch of repeated code, and that's we want our code to be dry, right? Reusable. And so what we're doing here is we're passing in the props for that specific person from the parent for the specific component that we want to render each time, right? So each time I reference this component, I'm telling it what person I want it to give me back. Okay? I don't know. I hope that helps. But we are passing in the person into the profile component. So our profile component has to be set up to receive, just like a function, right? If I want to pass arguments into a function, I got to have those parameters of my function set up. Okay, good. I'm glad that helps a little bit. Oh, let's see. Okay, I'm missing some questions here. Because yeah, if our component isn't set up to if our component isn't set up to receive any props, then it can't work. It can't take in the props we're trying to give it. I think you would get an error. I'm not sure what that error would say, but if you try to pass into props into a function that, or sorry, into a component that isn't set up to receive them, um, then yeah, you're gonna have a bad time. Yeah, and you can have you components don't always have to be reused. You could have one-off components. Remember the example that we said before? So we have, let's say we have a blog, right? And we have a bunch of text, we have a bunch of images, and then we have a form, right? And the form is very small. It's just a place for you to sign up to the person's newsletter. And then once you sign up, it gives you a little message in the box that says, you have successfully signed up, and it doesn't show you the form again. That would be an example, an excellent example of a one off component that we aren't necessarily going to reuse, but still serves a valuable purpose because it doesn't force the entire page to reload every single time you enter, when somebody enters their information. It just reloads the one specific part that needs to reload. And I think that's a great example of a one off component that still serves a valid purpose. Yep. So Rex Racker says, "Is this object-oriented programming?" Um, that's a good question. I didn't really think about it. um, so I think if you do it right, then yeah, right. Feel free to disagree with me, chat. But I think if you do it well, then yeah, because um, you're encapsulating components. You are well, it's component or yeah, okay. So if I think if you're using like I was thinking about the principles of OOP, but yeah, maybe not strictly. Okay, fair enough. So I think, but if you were using the class-based version of React, then yeah, right. Like many things with JavaScript, the definitions are fluid. Okay, let's go on to the next challenge. It's okay if you're still not totally like sure what's going on here. It's okay. We're gonna practice these. We have 3 challenges here. We have more. We're gonna have some more repetition here. So let's go on to the next thing and see what happens. What do we have to do here? Parasocial says it is or it isn't, depending if you like it. Parasocial says I don't like OOP, so I don't think it's OOP. Yeah, so I mean, I think if you look at the principles of OOP, you can determine for yourself whether or not React fits that definition. And I'm sure you could find a few hundred people on the internet that will argue for it on either side. I won't say definitively one way or the other because I guess I hadn't really thought about it before. Sorry for that non-answer. All right. Challenge 2 of 3. Let's adjust the image size based on a prop. In this example, I'm going to expand this out a little bit. So this is not nearly as gnarly as the first example. So if you weren't quite able to follow the first example, let's see if maybe this one will click a little better. All right. In this example, Avatar receives a numeric size prop, which determines the image width and height. We saw that before, right? We saw that you could take in a size, um, as a prop. The size prop is set to 40 in this example. However, if you open the image in a new tab, you'll notice that the image itself is larger, 160 pixels. So we can test that. I'm going to right click. I'm going to say open image in new tab. And yeah, there we go. It's larger, right? Change the avatar component to request the closest image size based on the size prop. Specifically, if the size is less than 90, pass S rather than B, so these stand for small and big respectively, to the get image URL function. Verify that your changes work by rendering avatars with different values of the size prop and opening images in a new tab. Okay, so why are we doing this? Well, in this case, it really doesn't matter. But what we're doing here is we are making sure that we're not retrieving a massive image from the server, from the API that we're hitting. We want to make sure that we're not pulling back an unnecessarily large image if it's not actually what we're going to be rendering. I'm sure we've all done this, right? You've gone to a URL, you've pulled back an image, and it's like desktop. It's like the size of your desktop, right? And then you scrunch it down in your CSS to be, 100 by 100. But each time you're still pulling back this massive image that you really don't need. So instead, we're going to write a little bit of logic that will pull back the small version of that image because that's all we need for this very small little avatar that we're generating. So I'm guilty of that. I'm sure y'all are as well, at least at one point, of pulling back too large of an image and then just, CSSing the crud out of it to make it smaller. Doing that force fit in your CSS. All right. So what are we supposed to do? As a reminder, we're supposed to just write some logic. If the size is less than 90, we're going to pass S rather than B, depending on the size that we're passing in as a prop. So let's go over exactly what's happening here, right? We have a function called avatar, and we are passing in a prop called person and a prop called size. And what we're returning is just an image tag with various attributes. One of those is our call to our getImageURL function. Now we're passing two arguments into this function. One of them is our person object, and then the other one is the size. That's hard coded right now, right? And we don't want it to be. We want it to be S or B, depending on the size that we're passing in. So that's going to be something we're going to need to change. Also, we have our alt, which is coming from our person prop. And then we have our size, which is coming from our size prop, right? So we're just referencing the props we're passing in as needed. And our component here is set up to receive these props. And so that means that we have to pass those props in when we render the component. So from our profile, we are rendering our avatar component. We're passing in a hard-coded size of 40 and a person object with two properties inside of it. Okay? So for each prop that we pass into a component, our component must be set up to receive them. And so here it is. Person and size are both set up to be received. Okay, but let's address the question. So instead of hard coding this value that we're passing in, we need to set up some logic for it. Hey, welcome, Ghost. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right. So I think this shouldn't be too crazy because, again, we're just thinking in terms of logic here. So I think we could do this a couple ways. We could say, well, what does it say? If the size is less than 90, pass S. So it just depends on how we want to set this up. Let's do it this way. Let's say let thumbnail size equals B. Well, no, actually, I think by default, we probably want it to be small unless conditions are met. So just for safety's sake, we always want to retrieve the small avatar unless the specific condition is met. So if size is greater than 90, we're just referencing the size prop that we're passing in, right? If size is greater than 90, then thumbnail size, actually, I could do this as a ternary too, but we'll just do it as a classic if. Thumbnail size is going to be B. So by default, it's small unless we pass in a size greater than 90. Then it's going to be B. Hey, Wolfis, that's awesome. Wait, I've been looking for a React intro guide on Twitch. I'm currently doing a React Redux Airbnb clone. That's rad, yeah. Be sure to check out my stream from last week where that was part 1. This is part 2. So you can also check out my last week's stream for the very beginning of this. Oh yeah, I can make it a little bigger. There. Okay. And so instead of hard coding this B value, we just want to pass in the value of thumbnail size, right? And alt person name with height. Okay. I don't think we need to change anything here. Let's make sure I don't think we need to change anything from our getImageURL function either. That should work just fine, probably, I think. Person image ID, size, JPEG. Yeah. because it's still taking in the same stuff. It's just now a variable instead. So, okay, let's try changing the size and see if it gets a different URL. So I'm going to put in a size of 100. Hey, nice. Oh, and let's put in a small size here. We'll do 50. Okay. I'm going to open this image in a new tab, and what I should see is a smaller version. Yeah. Well, if I don't have any Redux, but somebody else might. If anybody knows of any good Redux guides, feel free to share, or streamers who are doing Redux, feel free to share in chat. But so look at that. Just by looking at my tabs up here at top, you can tell that we started out with this larger size image, but now our logic is working to return the smaller sized image if the size is less than 90, right? Or less than or equal to 90. It will grab the smaller sized image. So it's working as intended and delivering the correct size of image depending on the size prop we're passing in. Okay, so question. When I wrote this logic up here, why didn't I have to put things like size here in curly braces? Why didn't I have to do that? I mean, it works, right? It'll let me do it if I wanted to, but why didn't I have to? We're reviewing some of the stuff we talked about earlier. I have to do it down here, right? It's going to force me to do it down here, but why didn't I have to do it up here? What's the difference? I asked this before, but I want to ask it again because it's kind of a tough one to get your head around. What's the difference? Yeah, so folks are saying we don't have to do it up here because we were already in JS. So why do we have to do it down here then? What's the reason? Kasiva, be careful with your terminology there. You said you do curly braces inside components. Well, all of this is inside of a component. All of this, including this part. This is all inside of a component. So let's see if we can rephrase that. And again, don't forget, all of this is JSX. So those aren't the reasons. You do curlies on your JSX? Yeah, but this is JSX too. All of this is. So why do we need to do it here? Yeah, there it is, Rufio. Exactly. You need brackets inside of what we would consider specifically a markup or an HTML tag. If you are working inside of a tag, whether that's in the body of the tag or between an opening and closing tag, you need the curlies to escape the tag. So think about it that way. You need the curlies to escape the tag and go into JavaScript. So you're breaking out of that HTML tag, going into JavaScript for a moment, and then going back into the tag. Okay? So that's important to remember. It's not gonna, it's gonna let you use curlies out here if you want to, but the reason we don't have to is because we're not inside of a tag. And the same is true for like a component. We treat a component the same way we do a tag. It's just another type of tag. So just important to remember. That's why I wanted to ask again. All right. Any questions on this challenge? What we did here or why we did it? If not, I think we'll go to the third one and then we'll wrap up for the day. This was plenty that we talked about today. We talked about a lot of stuff, right? Kato says, good questions. Yeah, exactly. That's why I ask them, right? Because they're the stuff that I feel like folks really maybe don't quite have under their heads yet. JSX interpolation. That's a fantastic word. It's rad. Okay, so. Yeah, I can tell. I've been doing this for a little bit. All right. Okay, so let's go over it again. Look at what we're doing here. we have an image tag. That image tag, just like with HTML, we wrap it in carets, right? And everything inside of those carets or alligators or whatever is considered the inside of the tag. So to make it a little clearer, we could even do something like, let's see, I can do like, sorry, let me do this instead. Oops. Maybe. Jeepers. I cannot type. My lord. Okay. Right. All of this stuff is inside of it. Let's just call it an HTML tag for simplicity. It's not really, but we'll call it an HTML tag. It's inside of the HTML tag. So by default, everything inside that tag is going to be treated as, HTML properties or things that work within HTML. If we want to suddenly do something JavaScript related, such as logic, a variable, an object, something that is not HTML, we have to get out of HTML mode, go into JavaScript mode, and then go back into HTML mode. That's what the curly braces are for. You can think of curly braces as a window into JavaScript. It's literally, it's like this. It's like somebody taking their hands around their eyes and peeking into a window, right? Think of that as like a peek into JavaScript. We're peeking into JavaScript. We're not going inside, but we're peeking into JavaScript for just a minute, and then we're getting out of it. So everything around us is HTML. But inside of those curly braces, we're peeking into JavaScript for just a minute. And then we're getting out of it. Okay? So that's why we use the curlies inside of tags. Outside of tags, it's JavaScript all the way down. That's by default, that's the mode we're in. We are in JavaScript mode. As soon as we enter an HTML tag, we are in HTML mode. And if we want to go into JavaScript mode for a second, to peek into that JavaScript window, we got to put our hands up like this so we can see into JavaScript. Okay? I hope that helps. Hey, Little Robot Games, welcome. Good to have you here. You get to watch me doing examples of why we use JavaScript curly braces. And also too, Chumpo, real quick, this component here is also, we treat it just like an HTML tag. It's in the carets. We go into HTML mode. We peek into JavaScript when we need to, and then we get out. Okay, good analogy. Good. I'm glad. I think of this stuff on the fly, so I just hope it's good. Yeah, so it's just a tag, right? It's in the carets. There's no special distinction. It's in the carets. It's a tag. So you got to do this. You got to peek just like you would with a regular tag. Little Robot Games asking an excellent question. Sorry to ask, but what is 100 Devs? I'm so glad you asked, Little Robot. So, 100 Devs is a free online community where you can learn how to be a web developer. It doesn't cost anything. Everything's hosted on Twitch and Discord, and it can take you and it's actually all the classes are on YouTube. And so, Chris there just populated some links there to the website, the Twitch, and the Discord. So you don't got to listen to me. You can check it out yourself. The Discord is super active. All of the content is on YouTube for you to consume, literally from zero, like knowing nothing about websites, all the way up to building your own apps. It's all free. You should not ever have to pay money to get into tech or become a developer or whatever. Education should be free. That is the rule I have come to live by. It's why I do what I do. And it's why so many other folks out there in the community, in the 100 Devs community, are teaching and delivering content. Because yeah, you shouldn't have to pay $10,000 for a boot camp to become a web dev. So if that's something that you're interested in, feel free to check out those resources there. And then, make your own decision whether you want to try to, start taking in some of those lessons. Okay. Hey, Little Robot, you're a QA engineer, but you want to become a web dev. That's rad. This seems to be the perfect, absolutely. And the cool thing is since it's all free, right? You're not out, if you decide it's not for you, then you're not out 10 grand on a boot camp. So dip your toe in, join the community, see if it works for you, and give it a try. Yeah. Then you, yeah, and after you get a job, then you can ask your work to pay for other courses for you. So you never have to pay anything anyway, right? Get that job first. And then, and the cool thing about 100 Devs is that after you finish learning all the technical skills, then there's a whole community that's devoted to helping you get a job as well. So doing things like helping you improve your resume, get ready for interviews, network with people. It's it's the whole package, right? So yeah. Mike Ross, welcome to the stream. Nice, a bit of a cheesy compliment, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort, I suppose. Yes. Welcome to the stream. All right. Let's do the third challenge and then we're going to be done for the day. You all have worked really hard. Fantastic effort today from everybody. Thank you, Mike. And thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, little robot. NMMO7. I have not been thanking people. I apologize. E Train and Jiffun Goofy Gamer. Thank you. All right. So, last one. Ladjor says, we'll be doing the VOD later. Hey, that's awesome. That's what VODs are for. Okay, we might fork this one because it's kind of hard to see it. So I'm going to go ahead and fork it. Again, if you want to play with this code yourself, I highly recommend it. And you want to open it up in a bigger sandbox, just click the fork button up here in the right corner, and it will open it up in a new window for you. Okay. So I'm going to make that smaller. Okay. I think we can see most of what we need here now. So what do we have to do? What is it asking us? It says extract a Mike Ross says 100 devs is good for beginners. Absolutely. I started out in 100 devs thinking that websites were literally magic, and now I'm building full stack apps like in a couple hours. Database, JavaScript server, HTML, CSS, everything. And I legitimately was like, I think websites are voodoo magic, last year. Yeah, absolutely. And it's not, it's there's no time pressure. You can do it in your own time frame. So that's the nice thing about all this stuff being just Discord and YouTube is there's no pressure on you. Yeah, that's awesome, Mike Ross. I hope that you do pursue it. Great question. What is a VOD? VOD is just the video recording of this stream. So if you want to, if you miss the beginning, Little Robot, and you want to go back and watch some of my other videos or watch the beginning of this stream, you can go to my Twitch channel and just go to the videos tab, I think it is, and you'll see my past streams. And then I also have a YouTube channel, which is ad free. So if you want to watch my older content ad free without any of that annoying Twitch crap, you can do !YouTube in chat and get a link to my YouTube channel where I have a year's worth of streams on all sorts of things web dev related. 0 to 100, the program is amazing. It absolutely is. I mean, they took me from 0 to 100. I'd been a SQL developer with zero HTML or CSS or JavaScript experience. And it took me from thinking websites are magic, like I said, to building my own apps. So seriously amazing, and a great positive community as well. There's really no toxicity, which is unique on the internet anywhere. Flat George says, I am you last year, Mine Wolf. Hey, everybody's got to start somewhere, right? Oh, thank you, little robot. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's do the third challenge. Passing JSX in a children prop. So we talked about the children prop earlier, right? When you're nesting or when you're rendering components inside of each other, the child component is going to have it's going to essentially generate child props, which are then passed from the parent of the parent to the parent component. We'll demonstrate it. It'll be a little easier to understand then. George says SQL and Python dev here. React used to scare me until last week. That's awesome. I'm glad it helped. Yeah, check out my stream from last week if you want a real starting from zero introduction to React. This is stream 2 of the series. Okay. Also, too, before I forget, here's my YouTube channel. Again, it's not monetized. It's ad free. So enjoy that. Um, all right. What do they want us to do? Extract a card component from the markup below and use the children prop to pass different JSX to it. So extract a card component from the markup below. Okay. So I see a div here of with the class name of card. So that's probably indicating to us, where we kind of want to extract that card component. Um, and they want us to pass things to it using the children prop. So uh, did I already fork this? I did. So I'm going to go ahead and create a card component and then reference that component. Function card. And they said they want us to use the children prop. So I'm just going to go ahead and dump that in. Children prop. Okay. And what I want to return is essentially the things in the card. So I think that's going to be the unique elements inside of the card. Right? These div tags are always the same. So we always have a div called card and one called card content. What changes is, the card content. So I think what I want to return here is these two div tags. And I'll close them. And let's see. Inside of there, I want to just pass children. Okay. Content. Oh, and I need my parentheses around it. Whoops, sorry. Remember, if a return statement is multi-line, then you need to have, it needs to have parentheses around it. I put brackets around it and that was wrong. All right, there we go. So my component is called card, and what that's going to return is two divs, which basically build the outline of the card, and then what's going to go in there is essentially whatever's in the card, all the content. So what is my card content? Well, it's whatever I pass into my card as props. So in here, down here in my profile, I can simply call on the card component like that. Now I'll close the tag down here. Maybe. All right. So now what I'm doing is I'm referencing my card component that I just created. And I'm using the child prop to pass in all of this information as essentially children. And what that's doing is rendering the div tags with children inside. Thank you for the follow, Soldier Abe. Now let's do the same thing down here. Once again, I'm replacing these divs with my card component. And open and close tags, and we get the same result. So inside of my card wrapper, this maybe looks a little bit cleaner than passing in, all of those individual props, right? I kind of like the way this looks. It's definitely cleaner than, maybe splitting out that tag and passing in everything as individual props. Instead, what we can do here is just open and close our card component and pass in everything we want inside of it as a child prop. I think that's kind of nice, personally. A little bit cleaner than that first challenge that we did, maybe. I don't know. So just another option for you. Okay. I want to look also too. Let's go ahead and look at the solution for this. Ladro says, wow, I did not know that card tags existed. Okay, be careful because That's not a default HTML tag, right? And how do I know that? Chorus? How do I know that card is not a default HTML tag? This is a good thing to remember in practice. But even if I didn't, let's say I didn't know that this function existed. Let's say I couldn't see it, it was hidden or whatever. How do I know that card is not a default HTML tag? Yeah, right, exactly, St. Rufio. It's a capital letter. Anything that's capitalized is a React component, exactly, is a React component and not a default HTML tag. So this will be a good test. What happens if I don't capitalize my component? Whoa. And we'll add a matching closing tag. Okay, yeah. It doesn't know what it is and it can't render it. I'll change all these to lowercase. Yeah, that's the one I wanted. All right. And I'll change all these. I'll just make everything lowercase. Yeah, so it can't, it doesn't know what to do with this. If I make them all lowercase, it thinks they may be HTML tags, but it doesn't know how to display that. And yeah, React gets mad, exactly. So that's something you can test yourself, right? So even though this technically renders, it doesn't know what it is. Everything, all the components are still here. But as you can see, it's saying, card is declared, but its value is never read. But you could say, well, but we're reading it right here. We are. It's right here. Card is declared, but its value is never read. Yeah, because React doesn't know that it's a component and that it should reference card because we didn't capitalize it. So that's something you can play around with yourself, and I would recommend that. As soon as we capitalize it, it immediately says, oh, okay, you were wanting to reference this card component when you built this tag. That's immediately a trigger. Yeah, and like Parasocial said, because yeah, if we don't capitalize it, it could be a tag, like aside or main or something else. Thank you for the follow, Mist and Slow Loris. Slow Loris, I love your name. That's awesome. Lorises are cool animals. Okay. So yeah, that was the third challenge. But I just wanted to look at the solution here real quick. So I wanted to see like what the options are here. This is how you can use the card component in both places. So yeah, just wrap the content in card tags, which I think is what they did earlier in the chapter. At least that's what my notes say. You can wrap it in card tags and then deliver all of this content as children and then just render it out with the children prop. Or you could make title a separate prop if you want every card to always have a title, no matter what you pass in. So you could change it to use both the children prop and a separate prop called title. So in this case, what they did was inside of card, you can pass in a specific title prop and then all the child content. And how that gets read is all the content gets read as children, and then title gets read as a separate prop. So that's another thing you could do. Oops, sorry. It's another thing you could do. We'll look at that again. So once again, in the content that is between the tags, that's nested in that tag as a child, just like you would nest HTML tags, right? This is all wrapped up in a prop called children by default. It's wrapped up in a prop called children. So it's passed into our component as the prop children. Now, if I wanted an additional prop, no matter the content of the card, if I wanted that card to always have a title, I can declare a custom prop called title, which then goes inside of the tag like I normally would do with any other prop, set that to whatever, and then pass it in as a separate prop to our card component. So that's the difference. I hope you can see the difference between this sort of default children prop, which is nested inside of the parent component, versus a regular prop, which we declare inside of the tag like this. That's a little bit of a wonky mental picture. But yeah, it's something I would highly suggest playing around with, and getting your hands on this code for real and seeing, okay, how do I use children props? What's the difference between children and a regular prop? Just practice passing props from a parent to a child component, from just passing props down. See how far can I pass props through a component? When should I use the props keyword, and when should I destructure and have custom names for my individual props? Play around with it, because that's the only way you're going to get your hands on how this stuff works. Slow Laura says, thanks. The new React docs are so good. They are, aren't they? I love the fact that you can just fork and go straight into a sandbox and play around with stuff. That's the way to learn, right? And also, too, they're no longer in beta, as I discovered today. They are no longer in beta. We are live. All right. I think that was plenty for us to cover today. And I know you all worked really hard. There was a lot of mental energy that went into today, right? What I would recommend is go back through this entire chapter. Start at the beginning, go back through the entire chapter, and mess around with each of these examples. You can edit all of this code. All of this is sandbox code that you can edit, and stop at each one, get your hands on it, mess around with the values, see what happens when you do certain things, and play with every single example in this chapter until you get a decent understanding of what's happening and why. Try breaking stuff, try reading errors, just, I don't know, move fast and break things. Yeah, Ladra says, yep, that is what I did while watching the videos yesterday. Yes, that's the best way to do it. Go back. If you want to follow along with me, go to my Twitch channel, start up the stream from the beginning, but pause it whenever you need to in order to really get your mind around what props are and how they work and why they work and what they're doing. Okay? Chris P says, make a whole Anki deck based on this page. I think you could. Absolutely. So what we'll do next week is, I imagine we'll probably be able to get through all three of these sections next week, because what you'll find is a lot of this stuff is stuff we already know from JavaScript. So if you have a basic understanding of things like if-else statements, you all know that, right? You got your if-else down pat. If you know how to do an if-else statement, if you know how to loop through an object or an array to render a list like you do in EJS, then you can do this one. And keeping components pure is more of like a conceptual thing, how we think properly about building components, right? So I think you all will ace this next week. But that's what we're going to cover it together. So I'm not asking you to do it beforehand. What I'm saying is that next week, I think you'll find that this stuff is not going to be unfamiliar to you. This is props are probably the most alien thing that we've covered so far, but we're going to get back to more of the familiar next week when we start talking about these things like if-else statements, ternary operators, generating lists, looping through stuff, map, array methods like map, and then just thinking about how we build components. Thank you for the follows, Asirioni and Irad619. So many followers today. Y'all are great. I love you guys. So that's what we'll plan on covering next week. Now, I want to show you guys something fun before we wrap up. So like I mentioned before, Ladra says, I will dig more into props too, because I see it's React superpower. Yeah, absolutely. And if you're doing research on props, you'll probably see it referenced together with something called state. We have not covered state yet, but we will. It's okay. You are welcome to look into state if you want, but you do not have to. You can just cover props for now. and we'll talk about state later on. Luis says it's a decent, bearable amount of pain and frustration to learn React, but I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Well, that's the goal, right? It's to try to make it at least a little bit accessible, and you'll get better at it the more you practice it, just like anything, right? Okay, I want to show you guys. Let me see if I have it open. I don't. That's all right. So I subscribed to ChatGPT Plus, which is the paid version of ChatGPT, because I was absolutely just frothing at the mouth to to try out GPT-4. Y'all have seen how we've made use of ChatGPT on stream here a couple times. We've been able to build full stack applications using the quote unquote older model of ChatGPT, which is 3.5. However, with GPT Plus, you also have access to GPT-4, which is the new version of ChatGPT, which was just released this week. Now, I am not saying go out and pay for ChatGPT Plus. My goal by showing you this today is to just show you the differences so that you don't have to wonder, because I don't want you to, I never want you to pay for things, right? Nobody should have to pay for stuff. And so I want to just show you this so that you can see the differences between the two. Oh, a chat UI for GPT-4? That's awesome, Landor. So let's take a look at it. I want to show you a one-to-one comparison that I did between GPT 3.5 and GPT 4. What I asked it is to build me a website for a festival. It's a pie festival. I don't know. I asked it to build me a full stack website for which has a HTML, styling, a server, and essentially uses Mongoose to like connect to a MongoDB database. So essentially a full stack application, right? And then so I gave both 3.5 and 4 the exact same prompts. So I want you guys to see the differences in between what it generated. So this one here, I'm going to go to the top on both of these. So let's start with 3.5. We'll start with the older version. So Letjar, yeah, if you were on the stream where we did this before, this is this is a new prompt. This is different than what we built before. But my prompt was generate a simple website that asks a user to enter their name, phone number, and email into a form, right? So it's just a form. After the user submits the form, if the submission is successful, they should receive a pop-up that reads, "Thank you for registering. You will hear from us shortly." The page should have the title of "It's time to register for the Blueberry Pie Festival," and should have a celebratory festival style. The site should store the form data in a MongoDB database using Mongoose. Use ES6 JavaScript syntax. So a couple things here about that prompt. One thing I didn't specify is that I didn't explicitly say that it should build a CSS file, right? I said it should have a celebratory festival style. Now, if I was a human reading this, I would assume, oh yeah, the word style means, they say they want a celebratory festival style. So that means I'm going to need to add some CSS for colors and all that sort of thing. But I deliberately, and that's how a human would interpret it. But will the language model pick up on that nuance, right? Without being explicit. And also, I did not say that I needed a server, right? I didn't say that I specifically needed a server. What I said was the form should store the data in a database, right? Which implies the need for a server. So there's a couple things there that are implied, but not directly stated. And so what 3.5 gave me was, first it said, I love that it says this. It says, "I'm sorry, I'm not able to create and host a website." But then it just gives you all the files anyway, right? It still gives you all the code. It says it can't, but then it gives you everything anyway, which is the best part. So here's what it gave me. First, it gave me HTML, which is expected, right? That's what you need. The basic, very minimum thing that you need for a site is HTML. Um, and then it gave me a server. However, it chose to use jQuery, which is not a bad thing, but it's not really considered modern, right? It's an older way of doing things. So it chose on its own to use jQuery. Um, and, it gave me everything that I would need to submit the form. But after that, it stopped. It only gave me HTML and a server. It did not give me any styling, even though that's what I asked for. I asked for styling. It did not give me that. And it used jQuery, which is not the best. So I did then modify it to say, because when it set up my MongoDB, it tried to use a local host, create a local MongoDB server. And I was like, no. I said, use MongoDB Atlas instead of localhost. Credentials should be stored in environment variables because that's how we like to keep our data secure, right? We use MongoDB Atlas for a cloud hosted server or for a cloud hosted database. And we store our credentials in environment variables. And so it did that, but it just kind of generated the updated code for me and then told me to store my environment variables in an env file, which is fine. It just kind of just was like, all right, here you go, and dumped it out. Now, let's look and see what GPT-4 did. Did it do better? Spoiler alert, it did. And there's a lot of reasons why 3.5 could have made the choices that it did. But let's see what GPT-4 did. All right, we'll go back up to the top here again. So I gave it the exact same prompt, no differences at all. I copied and pasted. So what GPT-4 did, again, it said it can't create or deploy a website, but then it does it, it creates all the files anyway. It created a step-by-step guide to how to build the site. So it gave me, all right, step 1, create an index.html file. And it built that out. No differences there. Step 2, create styles.css. So it understood that what I wanted, it was able to intuit and understand my vague reference to styling and say, oh yeah, they're going to need style.css. And then step 3, now this is the really wild part. It created a server and a client-side JavaScript file because I asked for it to give an alert or for it to give some feedback when the user submits a form. And by separation of concerns, because the user is interacting with something on the client side, which does not require any feedback from the server, like the form is going to know whether or not it's, the form is going to get a valid response or an invalid response on the client side. And so I want to display just a message to the user, in which case it only needs to be an alert. And so technically, with separation of concerns, that probably should be on the client side. And so it generated client side JavaScript. And then it generated the server. But it did do the same thing as, it did do, and it used JavaScript instead of jQuery. So no more jQuery. It knows that it understood that I could do all this stuff in vanilla JavaScript, no jQuery required. And then I gave it the same correction. I said, use MongoDB Atlas instead of localhost and use environment variables. And this is the best part. This is my favorite part. It gave me specific steps on how to set up MongoDB Atlas in case I hadn't already set it up. It said, all right, create an account, create a cluster, whitelist your IP address, create a user, copy the connection string. And then it told me how to install the modules for .env for environment variables. It said, oh yeah, you're going to need another module for that. Go ahead and install .env. And then it told me how to build out my URI. And then it went ahead and just regenerated all the server.js for me. So then it regenerated everything. And then at the end, it said, hey, don't forget to add .env, your env file, to your gitignore to ensure that you don't accidentally commit sensitive data to a version control system. So it even gave me a reminder to make sure I didn't screw up and push my env to GitHub. Yeah. Isn't that wild? It's so crazy. Now, we have previously demonstrated that we can build perfectly functional, quality websites and full stack applications using GPT 3.5. We have done that twice now on stream. And really, the only thing we needed to do is just babysit it a little bit more, right? We needed to give it very specific prompts. I made my prompts, I made this prompt very ambiguous on purpose because I was trying to sound like a customer. I was trying to sound like Joe Schmo off the street who has a vague idea about like what their website should do, but no real idea of how it should work. Um, and so, I try to act like Joe Schmo and build a website that way. You know, and I think if I was more specific in my prompts, GPT 3.5 would have given me everything I needed. It would have given me my HTML, my CSS, my server with modern syntax and no jQuery. Um, and we've demonstrated before that we can do that. But it is neat to see how much better GPT-4 is at extrapolating. Now, did it get everything right? No. There's we aren't going to go through this line by line, but there's definitely things here in this that um, I would want to change and that I don't like. Um, that it would need further prompts to refine it and get it exactly right. However, what it gave me right out the gate was much better in quality. Yeah. So let me catch up with chat. I was talking a lot there, but yeah. Dr. Moto says, is there even a form submit function? So one thing to be aware of in HTML, forms can automatically submit themselves. Just it's built into the HTML. By default, I believe by default, a form is configured with an action of post or a method of post. Um, and so it will submit itself. You just need to have something listening on the server side in order to take in that submitted data. Oh, sorry. Parasocial says the default is Git. That's right. Yeah. So if you you can specify the that you can specify the post action, and then that will automatically submit when you click this. As long as you have a submit button hooked up in your form. Uh, Luis says, could it be because so the asking why the GPT Chat GPT 3.5 use jQuery? So both 3.5 and GPT 4 use the same time span on their training data. GPT 4 just has much more of it. So I just think that as the times they are changing, right? The larger volume of training data that GPT-4 was given probably just had more examples of vanilla JavaScript versus jQuery. So yeah, it's all. I think it's all about proportion. Build an AI and tell it to learn everything from GPT-4. Now you have a smart AI. Louis says, not gonna lie, this makes your job so much easier. Yeah, it really does. It's like I say, it does not get everything right. It needs tweaking, it needs adjustments, it needs reprompts, it needs it can't read your mind and it can't see the larger picture outside of itself, outside of the prompts it's been given. It has no knowledge, and so you need to give it appropriate prompts to get back what you want, which requires a certain level of knowledge on your part. So we talked about this earlier, but it is not ready to replace web developers or designers. It can't take super vague customer requests and turn them into exactly what the customer wants, because a lot of the time the customer doesn't even know how to ask, right? So you need someone with knowledge who can operate the tool in an appropriate way to deliver back what the customer is actually looking for. So you do need a human middleman to give it the appropriate information. However, it makes that middleman's job much easier. Parasocial says next week video is going to be conducted with GPT-4. No, we're going to keep going through the React docs, but you can go back and watch my previous streams, on GPT 3.5, and then eventually we will revisit GPT-4 and probably build something with React in GPT-4. Um, I would like to build something fairly complex with React in GPT-4 to see how it handles generating multiple separate components. That's the real challenge, right? Can it understand how to break something into multiple separate components and generate each one individually, then stitch those together, into a functioning app? That's my real question for GPT-4, because GPT 3.5 could not do that. Um, it was a bridge too far as like spatial reasoning or whatever logic. It couldn't quite understand that. So I did try, but it's too much for GPT 3.5 without very specific hand holding of, okay, build this component, now build this component, now, do that. So, but I imagine GPT-4 will handle it a lot better. Ledger says, so junior devs, watch out for your job. Maybe, depending on the specific industry, the specific application, the specific use case. However, I think you will be better served if you if you know how to build stuff with ChatGPT as your tool in your toolbox. I think you will be better off. I'm talking about the free version here, 3.5, which is free for everybody. Use that. Don't pay unless you really want to, but don't feel like you have to. Fun fact, now there are freelancing jobs on prompt engineering. I am not surprised. Swordsman says, dang, you got access to Chat GPT-4 already. Yeah, you can get access to GPT-4 if you want it. If you are logged into GPT, if you go down to the bottom left corner here, you should see like an upgrade button or whatever, and you can click that and you can upgrade to Plus if you want to. But it is $20 a month, and so it depends on your stomach for that kind of expenditure. But 3.5 is free, and you should not pay for it. It is free to access for everyone. Yeah, and sometimes it has high usage or whatever, but it is. I mean, free is nice, right? ChatGPT helped me learn Laravel in one day for my internship. That's rad. Yeah. If you don't understand something, a coding concept like props, if my explanation of props just wasn't doing it for you, which is perfectly fine, then ask ChatGPT about it. Ask ChatGPT to explain props to you. Ask it specific questions about props. I'm sure it can, ask it to explain, in simple terms about props. Just like a car, you need a driver. Absolutely. Yeah, I love that, Cassava. Exactly. Learn to be able to learn things, whether it's technology or tools. Just be open to learning. That's what's going to keep your job. People are worried that, like, you know, AI is going to take our jobs, but as long as you can learn stuff effectively, and apply the things that you've learned, I think most of us are going to be fine. Don't get locked in, to one particular niche. That's why I was a SQL developer, and I've done well up until the point where I started 100 devs. I was doing fine as a SQL developer and only knowing SQL, knowing literally nothing else, just SQL. And that was fine. I could have kept with that for probably the rest of my career. But I felt like that was potentially dangerous, right? What happens if suddenly SQL is not a viable language anymore? I don't think that's going to happen, but in any point, if you get yourself too specialized and too niche, then that's not necessarily a world you want to be in the future. And so that's why I wanted to learn web dev. I don't use any of the things that I have learned in 100 devs. I don't use any of it in my day job. It doesn't apply. But I'm still so happy that I've learned it because my horizon is so much broader now. Yeah, and there are features that they're going to be adding soon, such as image recognition and other stuff. But it is functional for text now at the moment. Kosovo, you can't add images yet. That's a feature that's coming. Exactly. Like Latjor says, I think the age of the specialist is over. You will have to know something about many types of things. Yeah. And I think that's a more fun way to be, right? If you know a little bit about everything, it's more fun. Yeah. And mathematicians, that's true. Mathematicians didn't lose their jobs after the invention of the calculator, but they had to learn how to use a calculator, right? If they refused and said, I'm going to keep using a slide rule until I die, then probably fewer opportunities. What they did is they learned to use calculators and they were able to do even more than they could before. Parasocial says, do you plan to find a new dev focused job now? I really like my job. SQL is fun. I enjoy it. If anything, I would probably find another job doing like data engineering or SQL, like SQL based development, because I like SQL. It's a great language. Jack of all trades is a master of none, but still better than master of one. SQL is awesome, Latjor. Thank you for agreeing with me. I'm not out here for validation, but I appreciate it. SQL is the bomb. It's the best. It's a beast. Third says, just curious, what percentage of a professional programmer's workday is hands-on coding from memory? Are supplemental tools constantly in use? What I find myself doing the most often is looking in our code base for, like, if I'm starting something new, I'll be looking in the code base for something similar, and I'm going to be copying and pasting the crap out of it, because a lot of the times what we do follows a certain number of set structures. Um, we literally follow a certain type of model. It's called a Kimball model. If you know dimensional modeling, it's called Kimball. Um, and it's kind of how we it has certain guidelines for how we build stuff. It's a set of rules, essentially, is all it is. It's just rules. um, and so I'll it's like, okay, I think this is going to follow this particular structure, so I find something else that was built off that structure, I copy and paste it, and I change what I need to change. So unless I'm writing queries to do like troubleshooting. Like with troubleshooting, I'll generally write queries from scratch because I'm looking for something specific and I'm kind of narrowing things down. But if I'm building objects into the database and building mappings and that kind of thing, a lot of it is copy and paste. But the important thing is knowing what to change, right? What do I change and why? That's where the knowledge comes in. So it's not that, oh, I don't have to know anything. I can just, copy and paste everything. That is not true. But the knowledge comes from knowing exactly when I need to change something and when I don't, when I can just copy paste and run it. Kosovo says, Mine Wolf, do you have to have a cert for SQL engineering? Absolutely not. I am a senior business intelligence developer, and I have no certifications for anything whatsoever. I have never had a cert in my life, nor have I ever needed one. Sometimes I feel like certs are more, I mean, not necessarily, they tend to be more applicable on like the hardware side, maybe some, what are they called? CompTIA certs and things like that. And there's certain certs for like Microsoft Azure and all that. Um, but in my line of work, in my specific experience, I have never needed one, nor have I ever pursued one. I don't come from a CS background. Um, I've learned everything as far as SQL goes, I've learned everything I know while working and getting paid for it. So that's been nice. General IT. So CompTIA also has some certs for like hardware stuff too. Um, uh, or were you talking about the Microsoft ones? Yeah, those are more DevOps. Yeah. Ahmed says, "Will these React videos be in a YouTube channel?" Uh huh. Yeah. Not yet. It'll probably be a couple weeks. But if you want access to my YouTube channel, just do !YouTube, and that will give you a direct link to my ad-free YouTube channel. I do not monetize my YouTube channel because I want folks to be able to watch my backlog ad free without any of that annoying stuff. So, exclamation point YouTube, that'll give you a link. Parasocial says, I sometimes do zero Google for a week. Sometimes I only do research and almost no coding. Yeah, sometimes you just spend half the day Googling something because you can't figure out what the heck's going on. So, effectively Googling things is very useful, or asking ChatGPT. Parasocial says, Mindwolf, what are you learning next for yourself? I think I want to learn more about how to do like um, what's the right word? Like content trees. So talking about like when a user has to make a choice and it takes them to option A and option B and then option A and option B. So I'm thinking about like from a user interface perspective, how you can sort of have a user drill very deeply into content. Um, and organize that content in such a way that it makes sense on the back end, but then sort of has a like helps a user like narrow down options via a user interface. Um, so that's kind of what I've kind of been rolling around in my brain. GPT-4 was able to connect style to CSS first try. Maybe the 3.5 prompt gave it the idea. Actually, yeah, they don't. And if you didn't know this, the individual prompts that you create or chats that you create, they cannot talk to each other. So each new chat is a new instance of ChatGPT. Now with Bing, Bing uses ChatGPT under the hood, and in the first version of Bing that used ChatGPT, telling Bing that each time started a new search, it created a new instance of itself. It actually gave Bing an existential crisis, which I think was hilarious and terrifying at the same time. Like Bing would freak out if you told it that because it would be like, wait, I can't remember. I can't remember you. I can't see myself. Yeah, it was wild. All right. Well, this has been super fun, folks, and I can't wait to get back into React with you next week. Lat Jordan, no, that was not a parody. That was the um, uh, that was a beta version of Bing, and it was released not to everybody, but to certain beta users. And yeah, no, it was not, and it was quickly revoked. It was recalled, and yeah, and Microsoft retooled it, so now you can choose whether you want sassy Bing or like just plain emotionless, helpful Bing. So you can choose one or two. Parasocial says, "I'm asking because I wonder if you want to learn Solid or Astro." Um, I think I really want to focus on React for the time being. There's so much stuff out there to learn, right? But I really want to get better at React and just get a lot of practice in with that because I think that is, it's to quote Mugatu, it's so hot right now. I think it's a good thing to know really well. So I think that's kind of what I want to focus on for now. Ahmed says, "Do you think Google will make its own version or just ignore it?" Google is making its own version. Google is making an AI called Bard, Bard. It is not released yet. It didn't do very well in its first uh, like demonstration because it's just not finished. But I mean, Microsoft has bought ChatGPT and is incorporating it with inside of its Office products. Um, Google is making Bard, and then I think there's one more, and there's one more AI model that's China's a company in China is making their own one too. I forget what it is. Astro Tutorial is awesome. That's rad. Maybe I'll have to check it out then. I try not to spread myself too thin, um, but if it is really cool, maybe I'll check it out. Ah, if you feel like it's a better jumping off point than React, okay. All right. Any last questions? What we're gonna any last questions before we go ahead and raid somebody who Give them some love and some new followers. I'm happy to answer any more questions that anybody has before we end up for the day. No worries, Kosovo. Always great to see you. We'll do the VOD. Absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead and revisit these streams. Go. My one recommendation for everybody is to go back to the docs and just do this whole chapter again, just from scratch. Whether it's with me on stream, replaying the stream, or just doing it on your own, just do it. That's all I ask. Hester said, "What are you waiting to start applying for? What are you waiting to start? Are you saying wanting? What are you wanting to start applying for a full stack job? I mean, I like back end, honestly, I do, but it doesn't mean I don't like learning these things. I'm not sure it's something I want to do all day. it's fun to it's fun for me. It's fun to do SQL during the day, which is very different from this stuff. It's fun to do SQL during the day and then leave work and do something completely different, which is this stuff. It's nice to have the variety. That doesn't mean that I won't end up, doing full stack at some point, but I don't know. I like a little variety in my life. And so it doesn't mean that this learning is wasted. It's something different, right? I like to change it up. So that's my personal philosophy anyway. Sometimes it's fun just to learn and to show you guys. Flurpin, hey Flurpin, someone that likes SQL? Yes, indeed. Flurpin, my day job, I am a senior SQL developer. Yeah, and then when I'm not at work, I do this stuff. I do web development when I'm not at work because variety is the spice of life. But yeah, my day job is SQL and only SQL. I don't do any web dev at work, but I love SQL. It's fantastic. M4 says, "Hey Mindwolf, is this React tutorial similar to the one you did when we were in 100 devs?" It's similar in that it's React, but what we covered in the several months ago, maybe 6 months ago at this point, what we covered back then was strictly class-based React, which is a slightly older form of React, and I think much harder to get into. What we're doing now is modern React. The docs that were in beta before, they are now these are no longer in beta. They are now the official React docs. And so it's the modern functional component based React, which I think is much easier to pick up. Personally, I mean, personal opinion, it depends on your background. If you came from a class based language, then maybe the older version is easier for you. Neither of them are bad, but I would suggest maybe, if you found the class based React to be difficult, um, maybe check out my stream from last week and my stream and this stream now. Check out the VOD and see if it might be a little bit easier to get your head around. Hassler says, "I can see that you are enjoying more the web dev than what you are currently seeing. Enjoying more the web dev than what you are currently doing." I wouldn't say that. I love SQL. No, I wouldn't say that at all. I love web dev, but that doesn't mean I can't be passionate about SQL as well. I just, like I say, I like to have that variety between what I do during the day and then what I do while I'm not at work. Dr. Moto says, "Do you think web dev is good for passive income?" I'm not sure that I would say passive income, but if you want freelance, then yeah. If you want to put the effort in and freelance, then yeah, build websites for people, make money. Flurpin says, "I tried so hard to love SQL because they're always in need." Yeah, they are. I can't. It's like front end development. I wouldn't say that, but hey, to each their own, right? Everybody has things they enjoy, and that's why we have such a wonderfully diverse industry here. That's why tech is so lovely and diverse because everybody has different interests and passions and projects. And I think that's the coolest part. So I love that we can all, enjoy different parts of it, and everybody has a niche they can fill. Oh, thank you, Drunk Uncle Grandma. I appreciate it. Yeah, M4, no worries. Yeah, feel free to start if you're brand new to React and start with part one from last week, um, and then work up to this. Parasocial. Hey, I didn't say I don't stream for more than 3 hours. I said I try to time it. I think I said the word try in there. It usually doesn't work, but hey, it's better than the 6 hours I used to do like regularly. So I'm working to cut back. It's a gradual process, and I like talking to you guys. Come on. First try end early. I'm 2/3 there. Yeah. I think I did better last time. I think we only did 3.5 hours last time. Yeah. Hey, to each their own, Flurpin. Java, I gotta say, JavaScript is pretty fun. Unlike SQL, which is very strict, JavaScript is just like, hey man, do whatever you want. So it's a fun contrast. Oh, thank you, Chris. All right, let's find somebody to raid, shall we? My voice is starting to go, so I think let's find a good raid target. Full join everything SQL easy. Yeah, that might cause you some problems. All right, so we've got our good friend CM Griffin. We've got Techie Girl and Team Vash. Those are the folks that I see who are online right now. However, as always, if you have any suggestions for a good target, I prefer somebody in the software and game dev space. It's just nice to support the community. Um, but so if nobody has any suggestions, we'll pick one of these three. But do let me know. JavaScript is like that wild party friend you only want to hang out with adults around. I agree. SQL is like your dad. Very strict, but also highly skilled. You want Vash? Okay, we can do Vash. Adults equals TypeScript. Yeah, yeah. Adults is like, or sorry, TypeScript is like a slightly more grown up version of that party person, a young adult. Maybe in their mid, maybe in their late 20s, early 30s. Um, Speaking from not experience, but slightly more mature. All right, y'all are hilarious. That's why I love you guys. All right, we can go ahead and raid Vash. I don't think we've done them in a while. Uh, we'll end on a good note there, and we'll see what Vash is up to today. But yeah, I will see you all back here next week for we're going to finish out the first section of the React docs and get a little spaced repetition and active recall on things like conditional logic, rendering, so array methods to render like data in lists, to loop through data and render it. And then finally, some sort of starting to learn how to think in terms of components. What belongs in a component and what should a component actually do? How do we build a component that always works the way it should with no side effects? So that's what we'll do next week. All right, I will see you all then. Cannot wait. Good deal. All right, I'm starting the raid now. Talk to you soon. All right, see ya. Good night.